It's the second of three between the Sasquatch and the Moo after a tough loss last night for Spearfish. They'll try to rebound. They have to rebound by winning each of these next two games to get a shot at making the playoffs here in 2024. Hello, everyone, and welcome inside the press box here at Black Hills Energy Stadium. I'm Ari Wall. Well, the Sasquatch and the Moo kicked off game one of a three-game set last night to finish off the regular season, and the Moo were able to win it 12-9 over the Sasquatch. The Sasquatch got 4 innings out of their starter, Jordan Bowman, and then 5 innings out of the bullpen from Aiden Torby, but costly errors in the 8th inning. The Sasquatch committed errors on 3 straight plays, leading to 5 Fremont runs in the 8th inning. Only one of them earned off of Aiden Torpy, who'd been so good all summer, and he was fantastic last night. He gave the offense a chance to come back in the ball game, and they almost did. A couple runs later in the game, a big home run from Kyle Finn in the middle part of the ball game, but just not enough on the defensive side of things to get the win last night. And we'll take a look here briefly before we get to the off-the-wall stats of how these teams can make the playoffs. Well, first, we'll take a look here at the off-the-wall stats. The Sasquatch 3-2 against the Moo in head-to-head competition, and the Moo just 2-3. You look at the runs per game, 8.4 runs per game for the Sasquatch versus a 6 for the Moo. And overall, the Sasquatch have played the Moo better than the Moo have played them, but not last night. The Moo were able to get the win. And now we'll take a look here briefly at just how these teams can make the playoffs. The Moo, they'll have to win just one of these next two games in order to get a spot in the playoffs. Meanwhile, the Sasquatch have to not only win both, but they also have to get help from the Prospects, who have to beat the Sodbusters one of these next two games. If the Sasquatch win both and the Prospects win one, then they'd be in the playoffs. Meanwhile, the Sodbusters, their only way forward is to win both and have the Sasquatch win both, and that would give the Sodbusters a shot at the playoffs as well. So, it's country night here at the ballpark. I've got my cowboy hat with me, getting ready for country night. The Sasquatch and the Moo are getting ready for game 2 of this 3-game series, and the Sasquatch and the Moo will take on each other when we come back. Lineups, first pitch, and baseball here from Black Hills Energy Stadium. It's all coming up after this. Getting ready for a big game 2 of this 3-game set. The Sasquatch and the Moo, the middle of 3 games to finish off the regular season for both of these two teams. And we'll take a look here at the Fremont starting lineup, a very similar lineup to what we saw in last night's game. Josh Blount, the right fielder, will lead things off. Jack Tarosian is in left and batting second. Cooper Fucino's doing the catching today and batting third. Carter Sintek cleans up. Bridger Coleman moves over to the DH spot. He bats fifth. Parker Mooney will bat sixth. Miles Meadows is in center field. He's batting eighth. Isaac Bonner Meadows batting seventh, Bonner eighth, and then Caden Anderson rounds out the order, and he is batting ninth. That'll be the lineup for the Fremont Moo, who scored 12 runs last night. They did a lot early as well, with 5 runs in the first inning off of starter Jordan Bowman. Sasquatch will look for a better start out of their starter today. It'll be Luis De Los Santos who will get the ball. The numbers for him this summer, very impressive. 14 1/3 innings pitched. He's only pitched in 2 games. Both of them starts, and he's 2-0. Only 7 runs on the season, 3 of them earned, a 1.88 ERA, 1.19 whip. 19 strikeouts to just 8 walks on the year. Opponents are batting 170 against him. His first start of the year came against the Prospects on July 1st. He went 4 1/3 innings, gave up just 1 earned run. Against the Bison on July 8th, 5 innings pitched, did not allow a run, gave up just 1 hit and 1 walk. And then his last start came against the Oahe Zap on July 19th. He pitched 5 innings, gave up 2 runs, both of them earned, and struck out 8. He'll be going up against the Fremont Moo, and again, the Sasquatch have to win. They need to win both of these last 2 games and get help from the Prospects in order to make the playoffs. Josh Blount, the right fielder and left-handed hitter, will lead things off for the Moo. The right-hander, Luis De Los Santos, on the mound. And on a Saturday afternoon with cloudy skies, De Los Santos' first pitch is in there for a strike. The count, 0-1. 90 degrees here at the ballpark, but it feels a little bit cooler with the cloud cover. Feels about 88. Count evens up on Blount to lead off this ball game. Chris Sintek is the home plate umpire. Brandon Moore is in the fields. Well, Josh Blount leading things off once again for the Moo. Good summer for him. The right fielder batting above 300 on the year. Hits one in the air to left center field. Going to be a long run for Wallet. He's headed towards the left center gap, and he will make the catch. Leadoff man retired for Luis De Los Santos in the first. That'll bring up the left fielder, Jack Tarosian. We'll take a look at the defense for the Sasquatch. You saw Micah Wallet in left. Ben Green's in center. Javier Marcial is in right. Infield, third to first. Bachman and Coleman on the left side. Gonzalez and Finn on the right side. And Chance Green getting the start behind the plate today, and he is catching Luis De Los Santos. The first pitch misses high and away to Jack Tarosian. Tarosian's also put together a very impressive summer. Another one of these Moo hitters batting above 300 for a lineup that's offensively 254 team batting average, which is worse than the ILB among playoff-eligible teams. Didn't look like it last night as they got to the starter Jordan Bowman quickly in the first inning, put up 5 runs. Surrendered the lead. The Sasquatch ended up tying the ball game, but the Sasquatch never led last night. Base hit into left field for Jack Tarosian. He'll stop at first. And a 1-out single for the Moo. Well, looking at Luis De Los Santos, this is only his 4th start of the year. Be his last in the regular season. Sasquatch will hope they can get one more start out of him if they make the playoffs. But looking at what you're probably going to expect out of De Los Santos today, talked with head coach Justice Scott, looking at about 60 pitches. The hope is to try to get him through 4 innings if possible. All that'll depend on how effective he can be. Of course, Aiden Torpy out of the pen. He's done for the series after throwing above 90 pitches yesterday. Won't see him today or tomorrow. Sasquatch will try to get innings today from Jackson Peters, Elijah Bobo, and a few others. But of course, hoping for a shutdown first inning from De Los Santos as the count's 1-0 to Cooper Fucino. This one will get past Chance Green and it'll head to the backstop. Advancing to second is Tarosian on the passed ball. Well, Green's getting the start today behind the dish. We've seen Ackerman and Dempsey get a lot of the starts recently. For Chance Green, it's been a while since he's been behind the plate. This is the first game he's played in since July 17th, so it's been 10 days since he has been in the Sasquatch lineup. On a 2-0, Fucino will take just low, and the count goes to 3 balls and no strikes. Go from Blount to Tarosian and then to Cooper Fucino. All guys batting above 300 on the year. Fucino the highest at 327. Very hitter-friendly count on 3-0. We'll see if he gets the green light from De Los Santos. He does, and he fouls it back to the screen. 3-1. Well, Fucino touched on the numbers just briefly. 327 batting average for him this year. In July, 22 for 62. 355 batting average, so heating up at the right time, even better than his season numbers. He's got 4 home runs on the year, and 3 of them have come in this month. And that's high. So Fucino walks. 2 base runners here in the first inning for the Fremont Moo. Tarosian will be at second, Fucino at first, and Carter Sintek will bat. We'll take a look here at the key to the game. Going with M&M. Lose yourself. 1 shot, 1 opportunity. That's what the Sasquatch have here in this ball game. That's what the Sasquatch have over the final 2 games. And not only do they have to win, but they need some help. But they got to focus on getting the job done here today. As long as they win today, they won't be eliminated just yet. It'll all come down to tomorrow. Pitch inside, 1-0. If the Sasquatch win today, then it sets up a wild last game of the summer, with Hastings hosting the Prospects and the Sasquatch and Moo in action here. All 3 games, or all 3 teams across 2 games, will still be in the playoff picture. It'll all depend on what happens yesterday, tomorrow, if the Sasquatch can win today. This is popped up on the infield off the bat of Carter Sintek. Gonzalez will retreat, infield fly, makes the catch anyway, and there's out number 2. Two outs and 2 on. Here comes Bridger Coleman. The only change from Fremont's lineup in terms of positions from yesterday to today was swapping Fucino and Coleman. Coleman caught yesterday, DHing today. Fucino moves from DH to catcher, and then a little bit of a shakeup at the bottom third of the order with Anderson, Bonner, and Meadows changing things around. Meadows and Anderson swapping places 7th and 9th in the order. First pitch fouled off the bat of Coleman. Good year for Coleman. 32 games played, a batting average of .297. 33 hits, and 12 of them extra base hits. He's got 3 home runs this year. He's driven in 25. He's scored 18 runs. Pitch gets away from De Los Santos, misses on the 0-1. Count evens up here, 1-1. The Sasquatch would love to put up a 0 in this first inning and give the Sasquatch offense a chance to take the lead. Sasquatch are much better when they score first. 22-5 in games where they score first. Didn't score first yesterday and didn't win. Throw over to second base. Coleman's nowhere near the bag, but he keeps it on the infields. De Los Santos had made up his mind he was throwing to the bag. Was able to yank it a little bit to the left to avoid throwing that ball into center fields. Sasquatch played really good defense against the Spuds. Pretty clean defensively, but not the same last night. 3 costly errors in the 8th inning. Arguably the difference in that ball game. This misses high. Evens up the count on Coleman at 2-2. De Los Santos has good swing and miss stuff. 19 strikeouts in 14 1/3, looking for a K to finish off the top of the first inning. Instead, it's grounded weakly towards second. Coleman or Gonzalez check that will throw over to first, and that'll do it in the top of the first inning. A 0 for Luis De Los Santos, and now the Sasquatch offense come to the plate in a tie ball game when we come back.
So surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
Every month at the Lodge. We are constantly updating our gaming floor with the latest fun games to keep our guests entertained with new games every month. For the freshest selection of slot machines in town, make the Lodge at Deadwood your gaming destination. The locals' choice for gaming excitement with the newest games is the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort.
No runs for the Moo in the top of the first inning, an encouraging sign after last night. Now the Sasquatch offense will come to the plate. Another similar lineup for them to what we saw last night. A few changes towards the bottom. Seth Nelson, the DH, leads off. Ben Green bats second. Kyle Finn, a home run yesterday, his fourth of the year. He bats third, and Bachman fourth. Javier Marcial will bat fifth. Micah Coleman sixth, so the same top six from yesterday. Bottom third of the order, Chance Green, the catcher, seventh. Matthew Gonzalez will bat eighth. And Micah Wallett, the left fielder, rounds out the order, and he is batting ninth. That lineup going against the Fremont starter today. Hayden Kelberlau will get his very first start of the year. This is game pitch number 9 on the year for Kelberlau. You look at the numbers for him, 19 1/3 innings pitched, 3 saves and 3 opportunities. Really good strikeout numbers, 35, just 19 1/3 innings pitched. First 4 outings he was really good. Last 4 he struggles. And we'll see if he can continue to be as good over his start today as he was in his first 4 outings of the summer. He'll start by going up against a bat who struggled in Seth Nelson. First pitch to Nelson, high, 1-0 the count. Nelson's had a really good summer, but he struggled as of late. He's 0 for his last 14 dating back to July 23rd. He went 0 for 5 against the Spuds on July 24th, and he was 0 for 6 last night. Love to see him get in a groove here over the final 2 games. The Sasquatch need his bat at the top of the lineup. Quickly 3-0 to Nelson. Four-pitch walk. Not the way Kelberlau was hoping to begin this top of the first inning. He issues a four-pitch walk to Seth Nelson, and the Sasquatch will get a leadoff base runner right away against Kelberlau. So over his first 4 outings, Kelberlau, 8 1/3 innings, 2 earned runs, 1.68 ERA. Over his last 4 outings, 11 innings pitched and 8 earned runs, a 5.09 ERA. Let's take a look at the Moo defense on screen. Terosian, Meadows, Blount, that's the outfields. The infield, third to first, Bonner, Sintek, Anderson, and Mooney. And Cooper Fucino, who just went out for a very quick conversation with Kelberlau, is doing the catching today, with Kelberlau on the mound. Ben Green looks at ball 1. 5 straight out of the zone to begin this ball game for Kelberlau. Imagine Green's probably got either a take sign or waiting for a perfect pitch. Anything else, probably won't see him swing the bat. Another pitch missing. Quickly 2-0. Numbers for Green, 372 batting average this year. Reached base in all 30 games he's played in. He's hit safely in 8 of his last 9 dating back to July 9th. And in 30 games played, he's got 14 multi-hit games. Takes the first strike of the game out of the hand of Kelberlau, so the count moves to 2-1. Sasquatch are a team that doesn't run a whole lot, but they do have some speed at the top of the lineup. Nelson has 10 stolen bases. Green has 8 on the year. 3-1. Kelberlau 34 strikeouts to 12 walks entering today, and 19 1/3 innings pitched, but 9 walks over his last 11 innings in those previous 4 outings where he struggled. And he's missing the zone here to begin this ball game. Back-to-back walks. First to Nelson, and now to Green. And the Sasquatch have first and second with nobody out. And their dangerous power-hitting first baseman, Kyle Finn, will come to the plate. Finn, his 4th home run of the year in last night's ball game. 42 RBIs now on the season, which is most on the Sasquatch. Kelberlau will step off. Finn, 361 batting average this year. He's been swinging a very hot bat recently. The month of June he batted 300, and July he's batting close to 400. Dating back to June 27th, he is 29 for 70 in that span, a 414 batting average, 3 of his 4 home runs coming in those last 18 games for Finn. 2-0 is Kelberlau. Can't find the zone. He walked Nelson on 4 pitches, walked Green on 5, and he's fallen behind Finn 2-0. See how long the leash is on a guy who's making his first start of the summer. Missed again, 3-0 to Finn. Cleanup hitter Ryan Bachman due up next. The Sasquatch could load the bases without a ball in play against Kelberlau in the bottom of the first. And that is what they'll do as Kelberlau misses inside. 3 straight walks out of the gate for Hayden Kelberlau. And the bases are loaded for Ryan Bachman. Well, Bachman not too far behind Kyle Finn in terms of runs batted in. He's driven in 34 this year, looking to pick up at least 1 in this at-bat. So he takes a strike on the outside corner. That's only the 2nd strike of the inning for Kelberlau. 15 pitches, 13 of them balls. Bachman, 377 batting average, and OPS at a clean 1,000. So this is in the air to right field. Going back on it's the right fielder Blount. He's headed towards the track. He'll put it away. Nelson will score easily. Going to third is Green. It'll be a sac fly for Ryan Bachman. and the Sasquatch score first in the first and lead it 1-0. Finn stays at first. Green advances to third, so the Sasquatch have first and third with one man out. Already a run in, and that brings up Javier Marcial. Mentioned in the top of the first inning, the number for when the Sasquatch score first this year, 22-5. They've been much better when they score the first run of the ball game. They do it here. Javier Marcial takes high, 1-0. The Sasquatch would love to put up a few in this inning. Kelberlau really struggling on the mound. Sasquatch had a few chances in yesterday's ball game to score runs and put up crooked numbers and didn't get the job done in a couple of those innings. Couldn't get the big hits when they needed it. Most notably, you go back to the 7th inning in a tie ball game, 7-7 at that time. Sasquatch led off the inning with a single and a double, had second and third, nobody out. They didn't score, and then in the top of the 8th inning proceeded to give up 5 runs. Inside, 3-0 to Marcial. Well, at this point, if you're a Sasquatch hitter, you're probably thinking, take until you get a strike unless it's perfect. And even then, you might still be taken until you get a strike. See if Marcial lets the hands fly here on 3-0. Moves his feet in the box, tries to disrupt Kelberlau. And now the umpires will get together to figure out if that was a legal move or not. I mean, there's no reason why it wouldn't be. He's just moving around in the box before Kelberlau throws the pitch. So he'll walk. Finn goes over to second base. 4 walks in the inning for Hayden Kelberlau. And a mound visit to talk things over with the Fremont starter. Gives us a chance to look at what's going on between the Sodbusters and the Prospects, arguably just as important as what's happening today, especially in terms of the Sasquatch. For the Moo, they're not as worried. They just have to win, and they're in. Sodbusters currently leading the Prospects 3-0. That game is in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Sodbusters threatening to tack on a few more as well, as they've got first and second with 2 outs. Of course, we'll keep you updated with that game throughout the duration of this game. Sasquatch are rooting for the Prospects. They need them to win either today or tomorrow. Sasquatch play the first game tomorrow, as they'll have the 4:05 start here local time. Sodbusters and Prospects game will begin at 5:35 local time here in Spearfish. So the Sasquatch will be playing tomorrow if they win today, without knowing whether they'll be in with a win or not. Ball 1 to Micah Coleman. Well, you talk about how hot the bat's been with Kyle Finn. Arguably just as hot, if not hotter, with Micah Coleman now batting over 400 this year. 2-0 the count. He's hit safely in 24 of 29 games Coleman has. This is game number 30 on the year. And over his past 5, he's 11 for 20. 6 RBIs and 7 runs in that span. Looks at strike 1, 2-1 to the shortstop. 412 batting average, 535 on base percentage, 1.061 OPS. Fouled away, and the count moves to 2-2. Of course, the offensive numbers great. Defensively, 2 out of the 3 errors on back-to-back-to-back plays in that 8th inning were committed by Coleman, the 3rd of which by Gonzalez. As he moves out of the way of that pitch, Coleman will advance. It's a hit-by pitch. Can't all the way move out of the way of it, and that's probably better for the Sasquatch as it brings home a run. Scoring from third is Ben Green. And without a hit in this inning, the Sasquatch have 2 runs and still have the bases loaded, with Coleman at first, Marcial at second, and Kyle Finn at third. Sasquatch have only needed to put 1 ball in play, and that was the sac fly from Ryan Bachman, the only out of the inning. Here's Chance Green, the catcher, out of the 7th spot in the lineup. Takes ball 1. Behind on every hitter has Hayden Kelberlau been. If you look at the numbers for Chance Green, the catcher, mentioned this is his first action since July 17th. One of 4 catchers on the roster. Takes strike 1. Ackerman and Dempsey have been doing a lot of the catching. Green and Evans, Brinkley Evans that is, has fallen out of the sort of rotation of catchers as of late. Kelberlau, a quick pitch there on Chance Green. Like he started his windup a little bit before Green made contact with him, or made eye contact, I should say, with him. Saw the numbers for Green, only a .230 batting average. The 1-2. And he goes down on strikes. He won't be able to take first on the drop third strike, but Finn can score. It's a strikeout and a wild pitch. No RBI for Chance Green, out number 2. Scoring is Kyle Finn. Everybody advances. Marcial goes to third, Coleman to second. And a Sasquatch tack on another without a hit. Not every day you see 3 runs in an inning and no hits on the board. 8th spot in the lineup, Matthew Gonzalez will come up. Still no first pitch strikes as he misses on ball 1 to Gonzalez. Another start at second base for Matthew Gonzalez. Grounds one to short. This will take a high hop and get into the glove of Sintek, who throws across the diamond, and it's not dug out at first base by Mooney. A bad throw. 2 Sasquatch runs are going to score. Marcial and Coleman both score on the error. And now the Sasquatch lead at 5-0 in the first inning, thanks to 4 walks, a hit by pitch, a wild pitch on a strikeout, and an error at shortstop. Well, we've seen a couple crazy first innings in this series. 5 runs for the Moo in the first yesterday. The Sasquatch put up 4 runs in their bottom of the first last night as Wallette lifts this one to right field. Coming on is Blount, and he will make the catch to end the bottom of the first inning. The Sasquatch do not get a hit. They score 5 runs, and as we head to the second inning, it's a 5-0 Sasquatch lead. Parker Mooney leads off for the Moo in the top of the second, and he takes ball 1. 6-7-8 for Fremont against Luis De Los Santos in the second inning. 5 runs on the board. That'll help out Justice Scott perhaps when trying to figure out what to do with his bullpen the rest of the way. This is popped up, and that'll get foul. Ball and a strike to Parker Mooney. Take a look at the numbers on the season for Mooney. And there's strike two. The count goes to 1-2. Mooney, just the .212 batting average, getting a second start in a row. Started last night at first base. Had a pretty productive day before being lifted for pinch hitter Connor Peterson. As his pitch is foul away. Do it again here on a 1-2. Grounded towards second, might have been a broken bat. Gonzalez with a lot of time. He'll throw on to first, and De Los Santos retires Mooney for out number 1 in the second. Here comes the center fielder, Miles Meadows. Meadows moving up from the 9th spot in the lineup to 7 today. Swapping spots in the order with the second baseman, Caden Anderson. Shows bunt, and he'll take just outside. Or did he foul that pitch off? Nope, ball 1. Meadows, 3 hits yesterday. RBI single in the first inning, part of that 5-run frame for Fremont. He also had a triple in the 8th. And came around to score one of the 5 runs in that inning. This is a good bunt along the third base line. De Los Santos going to have to hurry, and he airmails it over the head of Finn. It's going to stay relatively close, and that's going to allow Meadows to stay at first. Not sure a good throw gets him there. See if they score that a hit or an error for Miles Meadows on the bunts. With good speed running down the line, a guy who's 11 of 12 on stolen bases, so probably go down as a hit for the speedy Meadows. It will. Bunt single for Meadows. And now it'll be Isaac Bonner coming up. Bonner hits one well to right field. Coming on is Marcial. He'll make the catch. He thought about throwing back to first base. Thinks better of it, as Meadows had a good lead off the bag, but no chance to risk that. Well struck ball off the bat of Bonner, but it's out number 2. And the 9th spot in the lineup, Caden Anderson. Last man to face Luis De Los Santos the first time through this lineup. Get an opportunity with 2 outs and 1 on in the top of the second inning. Meadows takes off. The pitch is outside. Green's throw down to second is a little bit high, and Meadows will slide in safely with a stolen base. Make him 12 for 13 on the year. He moves into scoring position. Numbers for Anderson, abbreviated year for him. This is just game number 10 for Caden Anderson in his first 9. .314 batting average, 7 runs batted in and 9 runs scored. Fouled straight back, 1-1. So the Moo will have to do what the Sasquatch did yesterday, falling behind quickly 5-0 in the ball game. Gonna have to try to chip away as this game progresses. De Los Santos looking back. Meadows will come home with a 1-1, high and away. De Los Santos, this will be pitch number 30. Up and in. Count moves to 3-1. Well, Anderson not a 9-hole hitter in the sense that he's not having a bad year at the plate, over 300 batting average. Not a guy you can take lightly. But of course, like to attack him before you face the top of the lineup again with Blount on deck. 3 balls and a strike. Meadows speed at second, a ball into the outfields. Could easily score him from second. Instead, the 3-1 misses. De Los Santos issues his second walk of the day. Anderson will reach, and the Moo have first and second with 2 men out. And back to the top of the lineup. Josh Blount will get a second chance. Flew out to left field in his first at-bat. Went the opposite way his first time up. Yesterday, a 2-hit day. He was 2 for 6. Both of his hits came late in the ball game. RBI single came in the 8th and a double in the 9th inning yesterday. Strike one. Well, Blount, 312 on the year, better in July, 396 in the month of July, 19 for 48 down the stretch. The Moo as a team have been much better down the stretch, riding a 6-game winning streak into today. They've had to win every game down the stretch, and they have. This is outside, 1-1. You look at the Moo over this 6-game stretch. They're scoring 11.33 runs per game. They're allowing just 6. Their pitchers coming into today, 64 strikeouts to 18 walks, and the hitters have only 37 strikeouts, and they've walked 50 times. Really good splits, both on the pitching and on the hitting side of things for the Moo. Pinwheel throw to second. Coleman covering the bag. Meadows dives in safely. We saw that play work yesterday for the Sasquatch when Miles Meadows was actually picked off at second base with Jordan Bowman on the mound. De Los Santos can't get him at second. And Blount takes outside. 2-1 the count. De Los Santos the first time through the lineup. Able to get 5 outs, 2 hits, 2 walks. Blount hits it in the air to left field. Wallette ranging over. And he makes the catch. A couple flyouts to left field for Josh Blount today, and the out number 3 in this top of the second inning. Another 0 for Luis De Los Santos as we head to the bottom half of the second inning. Score remains 5-0.
My favorite thing about Macero's, it's the staff. The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
Well, Nelson snapped his 0 for 14 streak at the plate with a walk in the first inning, still trying to pick up a hit in the first inning for Hayden Kelberlau. 31 pitches, only 10 strikes, no hits allowed, but 5 runs. Misses to Seth Nelson for ball 1. 3 of those runs earned. The last 2 unearned off the error at shortstop. Missed again to Nelson, 2-0. Nelson only saw 4 pitches his first time up. All out of the zone, walked on 4 pitches. The bases were loaded on 3 straight walks from Kelberlau. 4 walks in the inning to go along with a hit by pitch. Missed it again there. 3-0. Of course, Kelberlau, this is his first start, so perhaps a little bit of a different routine getting ready for a start, and maybe changes the way he's pitching on the mound, knowing that he's starting this ball game instead of coming out of the bullpen. He finds the zone there. 3-1 to Nelson. Hit well to right field. Coming on is Blount, and he will make the catch. Nelson retired for out number 1 in the second. Well, the Sasquatch lineup are a tough lineup to get through, even if you are throwing strikes. They've scored 10 or more runs 20 times this year. They've scored 20 or more runs 5 times. An offense that is the best in the ILB in terms of batting average at .329. They've hit 34 home runs as a team. This is a lethal and a potent offense that the Sasquatch have, so even if you are throwing strikes, a good chance that you're going to get beat on some of those pitches, even if they're good ones. Kelberlau continues to miss. 2 straight balls to Ben Green, who also walked in the first and scored a run. He came home on the Michael Coleman RBI hit by pitch. The 3-0 finds the zone, 3-1. The Moo have an arm loosening in the bullpen, a righty. Time is called by Green. Kelberlau once again tried to quick pitch a Sasquatch hitter as Green digged into the box, and then before he looked up, Kelberlau was already into his motion. Very late time called by home plate umpire Chris Sentek. And a 3-1. Ball 4. Green walked for a second time. Sasquatch get a runner on. First baseman Kyle Finn will get a second at bat. Finn was the 3rd walk in a row to begin the ball game. The last of which to begin the game, but not the last of which in the half inning. Another pitch out of the zone, ball 1. I don't believe Kelberlau has thrown a first pitch strike to any of the first 10 batters he's faced, this being the 11th. Swing and a miss. Finn chased the pitch out of the zone there, and a 1-1. That one on the inside corner, strike 2. Green, decent speed at first base. 8 of 10 on stolen bases. Check in on him there. The guy struggling to find the zone, though. Be a little surprised to see him try to swipe second. Trust your bats at the plate, Finn and Bachman and Marcial to follow. He does take off. A swing and miss to Finn. The throw down to second. One hops over the glove of Anderson and gets into center fields. So a stolen base for Ben Green. He swipes his 9th of the year. Kyle Finn strikes out. That's 2 strikeouts on the game for Kelberlau, and out number 2 in the inning. I touched on Kelberlau's strikeout numbers. Enters today. 34 strikeouts in 19 1/3 innings pitched. So he's definitely got the strikeout stuff coming into today. Even though an ERA above 5 in his last 4 outings, he still had 19 strikeouts to 11 innings pitched in that span. So he's still able to find the zone and get strikeouts. It's just a matter of giving up hits and avoiding the walks. Comes Bachman, RBI sac fly, his first time up. Time called, and that's a balk. Well, you can quick pitch guys when there's nobody on base because you don't have to really come set, but you can't do it when there's someone up and someone on base. So a balk will allow Green to move to third. And now a base hit will definitely score a run. 1-1. Bachman comes into today, 377 batting average, but 423 with runners in scoring position. Oftentimes, we've seen it time and time again, he's come through with a big hit when the Sasquatch have needed it. We're going to tack on another run here against Kelberlau. He went around there chasing the off-speed pitch, tailing into the left-handed batter's box, 2-2. Well, if Kelberlau can throw strikes with a fastball, that'll make that pitch all the more better. It's just a matter of not being able to establish any of his pitches for strikes at this point. He hasn't been able to get a lot of swings and misses, but getting a few more this half inning. Got Finn to strike out for the second out. Now the 2-2 is in the dirt. Bachman makes the adjustment. Doesn't go. And the count goes full with Javier Marcial hoping for a chance in this half inning. Swing and a miss, and Bachman strikes out. So back-to-back Ks finish off the bottom of the second for Kelberlau as he answers back after giving up 5 in the first. Does not surrender a run in the second, and after 2 innings of play, the score remains 5-0.
Jet Rogers at Peak Family Chiropractic and Sports Performance.
We all take different paths in life. That's why we utilize multiple different treatments here at Peak. Our main treatment is our high-level chiropractic adjustment, but we also emphasize the use of cupping, scraping, vibration massage, trigger point therapy, and active care to promote movement, strength, mobility, and most of all, pain relief. Why travel to multiple locations when you can have total wellness under one roof? Stop in today and let's get you to your peak.
Everywhere you need us to be, on the sidelines to support our local athletes, at our clinic locations throughout the region, and at our Ortho Express walk-in clinic when you don't have time to make an appointment. We're here when you need us, working as a team to make your comeback stronger than ever. Getting stronger, getting better, getting you back to your best self. Monument Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, here for whatever moves you.
Than miles of uncontrollable laughter, comfortable silence, and new memories. And for 50 years, Super 8 has been there for wherever your journey takes you. So when the open road calls for a good night's rest, you can depend on Super 8's modern rooms at over 2,000 locations. Plus, earn Wyndham Rewards points for every stay. Super 8, one of 24 trusted brands by Wyndham. See you on the road.
Getting set for the top of the third inning, Luis De Los Santos will begin against Jack Tarosian. And the first pitch is foul away. Strike one to Tarosian. Single his first time up. He's left stranded at second base in the first inning. 2 innings for De Los Santos, 2 hits, 2 walks, no strikeouts. And that pitch was number 36. As mentioned, probably going to see about 60 pitches from De Los Santos today. So look at the numbers on the year for Tarosian. It'll be interesting to see how the bullpen shapes out today, and of course also tomorrow, assuming the Sasquatch can hold on to win today. Tomorrow would be another important game that they have to win in order to give themselves a chance. And with their best arm, Aiden Torpy, unavailable, Elijah Bobo, if he pitches today and pitches a bulk of today's ball game, probably unavailable. He's their second best arm, running thin on the bullpen down the stretch. Into left field, that's going to get down, a base hit, and it's going to get past Wallette and head all the way to the wall. Wallette gets it on the warning track. Tarosian will stop at second with a leadoff double against De Los Santos in the third. Well, off the bat of a lefty, that ball tailing away from you in left field, and Wallette looked like he had it sort of sized up, was going to cut that ball off, but then a little bit of spin after it hit the grass, continued to tail away from Wallette and head towards the line, and no chance to cut it off. Would have been tough to get him at second base, even if Tarosian was thinking 2 out of the box, and if Wallette cuts that ball off cleanly, still probably a play at second base with Tarosian having good speed. Leadoff double, the move threatening against De Los Santos, and here is Cooper Fucino. Pitch low. Tarosian was able to get about 3 steps before De Los Santos threw that pitch. De Los Santos looked him back once, maybe twice, but after that, focused in on the batter, and Tarosian was able to get a huge secondary lead before pitch even came home. If that happens again, maybe he tries to swipe third on Green. 1-1 to Fucino. Already 1 stolen base today for Fremont. Miles Meadows stole second in the second. Way outside, 2-1 to Fucino. Fucino moving over from DH to catcher today. Probably will stay in the lineup tomorrow in DH with how good his bat has been all year long. Game number 42 for him, so it's not a small sample size that he's batting .327 this year. He's been batting over .300 just about the entire duration of the summer. Tarosian, another big secondary. De Los Santos doesn't step off, and pitches popped up into right field. Finn behind the bag, he'll make the catch. So the pop out doesn't advance Tarosian. He'll stay at second base, and 1 away for the shortstop, Carter Sintek. Sintek, the cleanup hitter in last night's game. Shortstop, was on base 3 out of 4 times and scored 3 runs yesterday. Single, an error, and a walk, reached base 3 different ways. First pitch high. I'm going to know the count. Well, Gonzalez at second base is starting to take a couple steps over towards second base when Tarosian takes his secondary lead. Maybe we'll see if De Los Santos and Gonzalez can get on the same page here and execute the pickoff play. 2-0. At the same time, you don't want your focus to get off the batter here if you're Luis De Los Santos. Still got to attack Carter Sintek, and with a 5-run lead, that run at second base isn't all that important. Trying to get through this inning with at most 1 run allowed. Focus in on getting the batter at hand. Tarosian got another big secondary lead, but it shouldn't matter as the pitch is popped up towards third and Bachman make the catch in foul territory. So a couple pop outs for De Los Santos for the first 2 outs of the inning, as the Moo are in danger of letting a leadoff double go to waste. Tarosian will stay at second base for the DH, Bridger Coleman, who swapped places with Fucino in the defensive side of things. Coleman caught last night, DHing today. The Moo have stranded 2 runners in each of the first 2 innings, so they've left 4 on base against Luis De Los Santos. They've threatened, but they haven't scored yet today. And Coleman fouls the first pitch off. Coleman 33 hits on the year, 12 of them extra base hits. He's got 3 home runs. Definitely has the ability to drive one into the outfield. Waves through that pitch, and the count's 0-2. De Los Santos attacked with the high fastball. Coleman underneath it. Still no strikeouts on the day for De Los Santos, who's racked up quite a few this year. See if he can get his first of the game to finish off a 3rd inning. On 0-2. Goes to the breaking ball, but it misses outside. Count moves to a ball and 2 strikes. Fouled away. Headed towards the Squatch box. Just over top of it. It's the second of 2 fireworks nights back-to-back for the Sasquatch. After the fireworks night delayed early in the year against the Nebraska Prospects, making up for it with back-to-back nights yesterday and today. A good fireworks show last night. Fantastic finale. Expect more of the same today. And then the season finale last night, or tomorrow night in the regular season. Another pitch, sky to the right side. Who's going to get it? Finn, Marcial, both headed towards the Sasquatch bullpen. Marcial dives, and he just can't make the play. It did stay in fair territory, but Marcial had a long way to go from right field. Ended up on the dirt, the warning track, right in front of the Sasquatch bullpen. And the ball landed a couple inches to the right of his glove. Gives Bridger Coleman another opportunity with a 1-2 count. Well, the fastball, he's been behind on it every time. See if De Los Santos goes back to a slider, or does he continue with the high heat, trying to retire Coleman. A pesky 3rd out in this inning. 1-2, runner goes, pitches outside, Green throw to 3rd, and that's going to be not in time. Good play by Bachman to save that one from going into the outfield. Figured that was coming at some point in the inning, with Tarosian basically spending this entire half inning trying to time up De Los Santos and go into his secondary at just the right time. He takes 3rd, but still with 2 strikes. De Los Santos only 1 pitch away from getting through this. Fastball outside, now count full. So this will be pitch number 8 in the at-bat against Bridger Coleman. It'll be pitch number 54 on the day for De Los Santos. Big hole in left center field, Sasquatch outfield, shading him to the opposite way. And the 3-2 is popped up foul. We'll get a 9th pitch, as Coleman has continued to battle against De Los Santos, and with the pitch count continuing to climb towards 60, the Moo and Bridger Coleman trying to ensure that the 4th inning will be De Los Santos' last. At this rate, looks like it will be. Another payoff. In the air, left field. This should get him out of it. Wallette ranging to his right, and that'll do it. Coleman finally flies out for the third out of the inning. The Moose strand another, and as we head to the bottom of the third, score remains at 5-0.
I wanna shout out to the world so they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. She loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind.
Hey, nice try.
Yeah, it blows my mind. She's my lover.
For gaming excitement, it's the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort. With new games arriving every month, our selection of slot machines is the freshest in town. You can always find a game with our card tables open 24 hours a day. And parking is free and easy at the Lodge, with the area's largest free parking only steps away from our front door. Enjoy spacious and comfortable gaming at the Lodge at Deadwood, the locals' choice.
So Hayden Kelberlau is back out there for the bottom of the third inning. The Sasquatch don't have a hit yet today. They have 5 runs, no hits. Moo have committed 1 error. Marcial grounded to short, and that's going to get past Sintek and into left fields. Probably will be another error on the shortstop, Sintek, which will allow Marcial to reach to begin the bottom of the third. After a tough first inning for Kelberlau, he bounced back a little bit in the second. 31 pitches, 10 strikes in the first, 20 pitches, 9 strikes in the second, but of course, biggest difference, 5 runs in the first, none in the second. Strike 1 to Micah Coleman. Grounded weakly towards third. Coming on is Bonner, barehanded, throw to first, and they're going to get Coleman. A nice defensive play at third base by Isaac Bonner. Advances Marcial to second base, so a runner in scoring position with 1 man out. Here comes Chance Green, struck out his first time up. Looks at ball 1. As we mentioned, the first playing time in a long time for Chance Green. He was better over his last 9 games played before that extended rest. Hasn't played in 10 days. He cuts through that pitch. .230 batting average on the year, but over his last 9 games played, he's got 12 RBIs. And over his last 7 games played, 8 for 21, a .381 batting average. So he was heating up towards the end of the season, but Dempsey and Ackerman have been so good behind the plate, especially with the bat, that Chance Green and Brinkley Evans have not seen a lot of playing time down the stretch, with the Sasquatch fighting for a playoff spot. Time called. Kelberlau, despite the struggles, 3 strikeouts today. Looking to strike out Green for a second time. Well, the umpires there went to their notebook. I'm not sure what for. And he does get Green for a second strikeout. Make it 4 on the day. Green's 0 for 2 with a pair of Ks. And Marcial will stay at second base with 2 outs. Looking at Kelberlau, and of course this being his first start, his season high in terms of pitches is 73. Farthest he's worked into a game, he went 4 innings against Hastings on June 25th. About to throw pitch 59 of the game against Gonzalez, and it's on the corner, strike 1. So headed towards his season high of 73 pitches. Not sure how deep into this ball game Fremont's hoping to get out of Kelberlau, but he's settled in for the most part after that tough first inning. He misses to Gonzalez to even up the count. Saw the season numbers for Gonzalez, been much better over his last 15 games. .352 batting average. Ever since the series with Bison Baseball, he's gotten a lot better at the plate, raised his batting average over 100 points. He's batting under 200, under 150. He's batting 143. Had just 6 hits on the year. He's hit 19 hits in the last 15 games. One, two. Swing and a miss. That pitch working for Kelberlau as he strikes out Green and Gonzalez back to back to end the third. No runs for either side since the bottom of the first inning, and after 3 innings of play, it's a 5-0 Sasquatch lead.
Experience to the next level at Bet Lodge Sportsbook, the premier sports betting venue in South Dakota. Surrounded by luxury seating, our massive 42-foot seamless video wall is the largest in the area, displaying all of your favorite NFL and college football. Place your bets with our sports desk personnel or visit our easy-to-use betting kiosk 24 hours a day. The best place to touch down and catch the game is at Bet Lodge Sportsbook, located inside the lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort.
Parker Mooney leads off for the Moo in the 4th. Ball 1, Mooney, Meadows, and Bonner. Sasquatch have Jackson Peters loosening in the bullpen, as De Los Santos has now thrown pitch number 56 of the game. See if he can try to get through this 4th inning quickly. Maybe give the Sasquatch 3 more outs. Just off the outside corner. Count evens up. Or no, check that. It's 2-0. 3 hits in the game for Fremont. No hits for the Sasquatch through 3 innings, but 5-0 Spearfish lead. So Mooney pops his foul. Mooney grounded out to second in the second. So the move had traffic on the base paths against Luis De Los Santos. First and seconds. With 1 man out in the first inning, didn't score. First and second, 2 outs in the second, didn't score as Mooney slices this one foul. And then in the third inning, runner on second with nobody out. And they couldn't advance him to third until Terosian stole third with 2 outs and was ultimately left stranded. 5 runners left on base for Fremont. Grounded to first. Finn has it go off of his glove. Gonzalez eats it up, and his throw is past De Los Santos, and it'll go all the way behind the plate. Chance Green will gather it up and throw to second base. Coleman stops it, and into second with probably an E3 is Parker Mooney. Couple errors on that play, actually. It'll probably be an E3 and an E4. Mooney will advance on the error by Finn, and then Gonzalez's error will allow him to go all the way to second base. So another inning where Fremont will have a runner on second with nobody out. Here's Miles Meadows. Meadows takes ball 1. Take another update. What's going on in Hastings? Still a 6-0 lead. Sodbusters on top of the Prospects. That game's in the bottom of the 6th inning, about to get underway in that bottom of the 6th. Hastings will bat with a 6-0 lead. And Meadows ahead in the count, 2-0. Meadows a bunt single his first time up and stole second. Showing off the speed today. Up above 60 pitches for De Los Santos, 62. Peters not throwing right now, but he's standing on the mound out in the bullpen. Has been throwing off and on during the half inning. Chopped foul. Well, Meadows, the season numbers 268 batting average in 33 games played, but over his last 5 games, he's 9 for 17. He's batting .529 in that stretch. 6 RBIs and 7 runs scored. So carry that into today. He's 10 for his last 18. Swings and misses. Still no strikeouts on the day for De Los Santos. Another 2-strike count. He just hasn't been able to put Fremont hitters away with the swing and miss stuff. Bit surprising for De Los Santos. His swing and miss percentage of 11.19 is 6th on the team among pitchers with at least 10 innings pitched. A 2-2. Outside on a full count to Meadows with Isaac Bonner coming up next. A walk here. You wonder if this is the last batter that De Los Santos will face. Peters has resumed throwing in the pen. Grounded right towards Bachman, and it'll skip past him and into left fields. Wallette will get it in. Meadows will stay at first base. We'll see if they score that a hit or an error. That was a hard hit ball. Tough play for Bachman to make. It did go off his glove, but not a play that you really expect him to be able to make. Meadows will reach. Runners on first and third for Fremont. Head coach Justice Scott will go to the bullpen. De Los Santos is done. Jackson Peters will enter with first and third, and the Fremont Moo threatening in the 4th.
So surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
So De Los Santos is done. He goes 3+, works into this fourth inning, gives up 4 hits, 2 walks, no strikeouts, and we'll see how many runs are his. Runners on first and third. That'll be what Jackson Peters will inherit. We'll take a look at Peters this summer. 18 2/3 innings pitched for him, 18 runs, 14 of them earned. So he's got a 6.75 ERA coming into today, a 1.88 whip. A lot of that comes from the walks and the hit by pitches. 16 strikeouts. He has 8 walks, 6 hit by pitches. He had a good streak going in the middle part of his summer prior to his appearance against the Oahe Zap on Saturday, July 20th. 10 2/3 innings. He had allowed just 1 earned run in that stretch. He had a 0.84 ERA in those 10 2/3, but in his last 3 appearances, he's given up 11 runs over 5 innings, 10 of those earns. See if he can settle in. Taking over from De Los Santos, he'll begin his outing by facing Isaac Bonner, Parker Mooney at third, Miles Meadows at first. And a first pitch strike to Bonner, 0-1 the count. Bonner flew out to right against De Los Santos, his only time up, and that was in the second. The Moo looking to chip away. No runs by either team since the first inning. And the pickoff move is going to get past Finn and go into the outfield, and that'll allow Parker Mooney to score on the error. It's the 3rd error of the inning for the Sasquatch. 2 of them came on the ball in play that Parker Mooney hit, and then he's going to score on the 3rd error committed by the Sasquatch. The defense let them down in yesterday's ball game, and it lets them down again here a little bit today. The first run of the game for Fremont. It's now 5-1. Meadows goes to second. Outside. 1-1 the count to Bonner. That run unearned. Charged against De Los Santos, but won't affect his ERA. Peters from time to time has struggled with the command. Two and one. Just inside on Bonner. Three and one. So Peters in danger of walking the first man he faces. Talked with head coach Justice Scott. A lot of the time, Jackson Peters struggles the first inning, and he's able to settle in and give him a couple more after that. That was the hope, is that he could go multiple innings today. Full count. Not every day you see a team have 5 runs on no hits with 3 errors committed through 3.5 innings of play. That's what the Sasquatch have right now, but most importantly, they have a 4-run lead. Swing and a miss. First Fremont batter to go down on strikes today as Jackson Peters comes in and gets a strikeout to Isaac Bonner. Peters comes in, retires the first man he faces. And now we'll go to the 9th spot in the lineup, Caden Anderson. Anderson, no official at-bat today. He walked in the 2nd in his only plate appearance. In the air right field, Marcial going back towards the track. He'll make the catch. Meadows will tag and go to 3rd. Throw comes into Gonzalez. Meadows will stop at 3rd, and it'll be a flyout for Caden Anderson for out number 2. And here comes the top of the lineup, Josh Blount. Blount has flown out to left field both of his first 2 at-bats, both of those against De Los Santos. Throws a little bit harder than Jackson Peters does. Fastball tops out a little bit above that of the side armor Jackson Peters. Blount went the opposite way twice and flew out to left. We'll see what he does against Peters as his first pitch misses down and away. Starts off Blount with a ball. Got a dangerous guy on deck in Jack Tarosian, who's 2 for 2 today, so a walk to Blount would not be good to have Tarosian come up with 2 on. Catches the top of the zone. Evens up the count on Blount at a ball and a strike. This one will get up the middle and through for a base hit. Josh Blount, RBI single. That'll score Miles Meadows. And 2 runs for Fremont in the top of the 4th inning. They've chipped away at the Sasquatch lead. It's just a 3-run ball game. As Meadows comes in to score 2 runs, both of them unearned against Luis De Los Santos. That'll close the book on him today. Now you have, previously mentioned, Jack Tarosian, who's 2 for 2 with a single and a double. Hits it foul. Strike 1 to the left fielder. Tarosian enters today a .306 batting average. He's been exactly that in July as well. .306 coming into today. Except 15 hits on the year, 7 extra base hits in this month. This is grounded foul, or grounded through the left side. This will advance Blount to 2nd. Tarosian is 3 for 3 today. And now the Fremont move will bring the tying run to the plate here in this half inning. Guy with some power, the ability to tie up the game with 1 swing of the bat, in Cooper Fucino. Blount at 2nd, Tarosian at 1st, and Cooper Fucino, who is 0 for 1 today, a walk and a pop out. Comes to the plate here in the 4th. First pitch outside, ball 1 to Fucino. Fucino 1 for 4 yesterday. He scored 2 runs, reached in 3 at-bats, a single, a walk, and an error. In the air, right center field. This is going to drop in front of Marcial. Coming home is Blount. The throw goes to 3rd, and it's going to get past Bachman. Now coming to the plate is Tarosian. Bachman will not throw home. 2 more runs for Fremont on a single by Fucino. He'll get 1 RBI, and it's a 5-4 ball game. as the Moo have scored 4 runs in the half inning, and it's just a 1-run lead. An errant throw in right field from Javier Marcial is error number 4 for the Sasquatch. All 4 in this half inning. Errors by Jackson Peters, Kyle Finn, Matthew Gonzalez, and now Javier Marcial. 4 different players with errors in this half inning. Tying run on the base pass for Fremont with Carter Sintek looking at ball 1. Sintek's 0 for 2 today. He's popped out both times. Grounded. This is foul. Barely foul. Just to the left of the third base bag. Very similar play happened last night on a ball that was ruled fair on the first inning, top of the first. Part of that big inning for Fremont. This time the Sasquatch catch a little bit of a break. Crowd hoping that Jackson Peters and the Sasquatch can end this top of the 4th with the lead. This is going to get up the middle and through past the diving Gonzalez. Coming home to score is Cooper Fucino. 5 runs in the inning for the Fremont Moo. And it's a tie ball game. 5 apiece off the RBI single by Carter Sintek. Good approach on a pitch low from Sintek. He just flicked it up the middle. And the game is tied at 5. The 9th Moo to bat in the inning is Bridger Coleman. This gets past Chance Green, and it'll go back to the backstop. Carter Sintek will go to second on the wild pitch. Go ahead run standing at second base for Fremont. Five runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for Fremont. 5 runs, no hits, 4 errors for the Sasquatch. All 4 errors in this 5-run Fremont inning. Only in the top of the 4th as Bridger Coleman fouls it off. Coleman's 0 for 2 today. A ground out and a fly out. Two balls and a strike. So Peters, since coming into the ball game, has gotten 2 outs. He's given up 4 hits. 3 of these runs are charged to him, 2 of them earned. Pitch number 21 is swung on and missed. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Coleman. One strike away from getting through this half inning. Jackson Peters has already surrendered the lead. Trying to keep it tied. Give the Sasquatch bats a chance to answer. That's in there, strike 3, and Coleman goes down looking to end the half inning. 5 runs for Fremont in the top of the 4th. Whole new ball game. Tied at 5 as we head to the bottom half.
New games every month at the Lodge. We are constantly updating our gaming floor with the latest fun games to keep our guests entertained with new games every month. For the freshest selection of slot machines in town, make the Lodge at Deadwood your gaming destination. The locals' choice for gaming excitement with the newest games is the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort.
so untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
Nine 1-2 for the Sasquatch. Micah Wallett will lead things off. Takes up and in, ball one. Wallett followed by Nelson and Green at the top of the lineup. Kelberlau back out there. 3 innings pitched, hasn't allowed a hit. 62 pitches coming into his 4th inning of work. 5 runs, 3 of them earned. 5 walks. 4 of them came in the 1st inning to go along with a hit by pitch. But he's also struck out 5 today. So he's avoided the barrel for the most part of Sasquatch hitters, still looking for their first hit of the game. And now they're going to lead not only their first hit, but also tack on some more runs. The game is tied at 5 apiece after 5 Fremont runs. And again, the defense letting the Sasquatch down in last night's game. The 3 errors in the 8th inning, part of the 5-run inning. Today, 4 errors in the top of the 4th inning, part of the 5-run inning. Two and two. Wallett flew out to right field his first time up. That was in the 1st. And he goes down swinging. The throw over to first. That'll get Wallett. Strikeout number 6 and out number 1 in the bottom of the 4th. Pinch hitter here for Seth Nelson. Lane Syme will come to the plate. Well, we mentioned the struggles for Seth Nelson at the plate. Carried an 0 for 14 into today. He walked and flew out, so he's 0 for his last 15. Lane Syme takes over, looks at strike 1. Syme last played on July 20th. Numbers for him, 246 batting average this year, 3 home runs, tied for 2nd most on the team. Come in and DH the rest of the way. Sasquatch have a couple good bats on their bench outside of Syme, with Bowman and Danny Cook both having really good years, but Syme is the first option for head coach Justice Scott today. Out in front, 1 and 2. Kelberlau has settled in a big way. Since that 1st inning, the Sasquatch's only base runners was a Ben Green walk in the 2nd and Marcial reaching on an error in the 3rd. As Syme takes in the dirt, and you go back to the 2nd inning, or back to the 3rd inning, Kelberlau struck out Green and Gonzalez to end the frame, so he struck out 3 Sasquatch hitters in a row, getting Wallett to begin the 4th. In there for strike 3, make it 4 in a row. Struck out by Hayden Kelberlau as Syme comes in as a pinch hitter and goes down looking. 2 up and 2 down in the bottom of the 4th. Here's Ben Green, on base twice today, both by walks. Ball one. One and one. That one hits him. Sasquatch will get another base runner without a hit. As Kelberlau hits Ben Green with 2 outs. Another inning where at least the Sasquatch will get a runner on base. Done so in every inning today. Kelberlau now above his season mark in terms of pitches. He's down 75. His previous season high was 73. And Finn takes strike one, 0-1. Walk and a strikeout today for the first baseman. And that one hits him up high in the helmet, maybe in the face. And this is not good as Kyle Finn goes down right away. Hopefully that one caught him in the helmet. Couldn't see, maybe caught him square in the face, and Kyle Finn is down in some pain. He will get tended to by third base coach and head coach Justice Scott. And with him on the ground shaken up, we're going to take a quick break while they look at Finn. Finn will exit with a standing ovation, able to walk off on his own power, replaced by Jordan Bowman. He'll take over at first base and stand at first base. Ben Green will be at second. Here comes Ryan Bachman. So Finn's day is done. Of course, the last thing you want to see in summer ball, an injury like that. Of course, hoping that he's okay outside of just today and that he can go back to everything as usual at college. As Bachman swings and misses, count goes to 0-1. Sack fly and a strikeout today for Bachman. One and one. Back-to-back hit by pitches from Kelberlau. Hit Green and then hit Finn. Two and one. Still no hits for Spearfish against Hayden Kelberlau. 3 2/3 innings, 7 strikeouts. Sasquatch don't have a hit. So get back behind Fucino. Both runners advance on a wild pitch. Second and third with 2 away. Popped up, headed towards the Squatch box, foul. And the count goes full to Bachman. Javier Marcial due up next. So a full count, 2 on, 2 outs, tie ball game at 5 in the bottom of the 4th. Bachman at the plate, looking to give the Sasquatch the lead after 5 runs by Fremont in this top of the 4th. Kelberlau comes home, and he misses ball 4. Bases are loaded with 2 men out, despite no hits. Sasquatch threatening against Kelberlau with Javier Marcial coming to the plate. Marcial walked in the 1st. He reached on an error in the 3rd, on base both times today. Extends an on-base streak to 13 now for Marcial. Fouls off the first pitch. Came into today on that 12-game on-base streak, batting .333 in that stretch. Technically 0 for 1 today, but on base twice. Oh, and 2. .85 pitches, 40 of them strikes for Kelberlau. Hasn't given up a run since the 1st when the Sasquatch put up 5. 0-2 misses. Chopped foul. Marcial stays alive. Count remains at 1 and 2. Two hit by pitches and a walk in the inning. Both outs recorded via the strikeout. No balls in play against Kelberlau. That's been a common occurrence. 1-2 just misses. Count evens up at 2 and 2. Looking for a big hit out of a bat that's been hot in Javier Marcial. On 2-2. He takes a full count. Nowhere to put Marcial with Mike Coleman coming up next. Kelberlau in danger. Walking in the go-ahead run. Kelberlau against Marcial, the 3-2. Chopped towards the mound. Kelberlau comes off the mound, bare hands, throws to first, and they got him. A close play at first. The throw just beats Marcial, and Hayden Kelberlau, despite working into some trouble, gets through the inning without allowing a run, puts up a 0 in the fourth. After 4 innings of play, score remains 5-5.
Health, orthopedics, and sports medicine is everywhere you need us to be. On the sidelines to support our local athletes, at our clinic locations throughout the region, and at our Ortho Express walk-in clinic when you don't have time to make an appointment. We're here when you need us, working as a team to make your comeback stronger than ever. Getting stronger, getting better, getting you back to your best self. Monument Health, Orthopedics, and Sports Medicine, here for whatever moves you.
Performance.
We all take different paths in life. That's why we utilize multiple different treatments here at Peak. Our main treatment is our high-level chiropractic adjustment, but we also emphasize the use of cupping, scraping, vibration massage, trigger point therapy, and active care to promote movement, strength, mobility, and most of all, pain relief. Why travel to multiple locations when you can have total wellness under one roof? Stop in today and let's get you to your peak.
Parker Mooney leads off. Top of the fifth, score tied at 5 here in Spearfish. Jackson Peters, first pitch strike. Mooney, Meadows, Bonner against Peters back out there for inning number 2. Came in out of the pen, placing De Los Santos in the 4th. He'll now start an inning, his top of the 5th. And the first pitch is fouled off, or the second pitch fouled off. Count moves to 0-2. Mooney grounded out in the second. He reached on an error. Came around to score on another error. That was all in the 4th inning. Hit in the air to left field. Wallette head towards the foul line, and it'll go out of play. One-two just misses. Count evens up on Mooney. Peters came into the ball game and gave up the 2 inherited runs as well as 3 runs that he led on base. Surrendered the lead. And now we sit at a tie ball game at 5 apiece. Another foul ball. Missed badly there. And the count goes full to Mooney. All the damage done off of Peters was hits. Didn't give up any walks since coming into the ball game. 4 hits. Also did tally 2 strikeouts. Missed on the 3-2. And Mooney leads off the top of the 5th with a free pass. brings up Miles Meadows. 2 hits today, a bunt single in the second, and a single in the fourth. Grounded towards short. Coleman on the backhand. He dives. He'll only have one play, and that would be to second, but he can't get the ball out of his glove. Trying to go to first. Couldn't get it there either. Meadows reaches on an infield single. First and second, nobody out for Fremont. Here's Isaac Bonner, 0 for 2 day. Fly out and a strikeout. He was the first batter that Jackson Peters faced when he came into the ballgame. Went down swinging. Shows bunt. Takes it back and takes ball 1. Again, he shows bunt, and again, he takes a foul tip. Strike 1. So Fremont trying to play a little bit of small ball. Bachman and Bowman at third and first, respectively, both toes on the infields. Bunt gets down, but foul. Now we'll see if the approach changes with 2 strikes, or do they try it again on a 1-2. 1-2. Mooney is at second, Meadows at first. Bonner, no bunt. Takes high and away. 2-2 the count. Eighth spot in the lineup. Jackson Peters trying to get through the 5th. Two. In the air, left field. Wallette is headed towards the gap, and he's going to make the catch. Going back to second was Mooney. Now he's going to try to tag up and go to third. Wallette lost it on the transfer, so he will advance. It's a fly out for Bonner. Out number 1, and runners will be at the corners. Ninth spot in the lineup, here's Caden Anderson. 0 for 1 day, he walked in the second, flew out to right in the 4th. Go-ahead run for Fremont now stands 90 feet away over at third base. Form of Parker Mooney. Runner goes from first, that's Meadows. The pitch is outside, no throw. Meadows will swipe second. Second stolen base today. 2 in scoring position for Anderson. The infield's staying back, aside from Bachman at third. Strike 1. Got the top of the lineup due up next, Josh Blount. Just missed. 2-1. Sasquatch did, or the Moo, I should say, did all their damage in the top of the 4th. They scored 5 runs. Sasquatch did all their damage in the first inning. They scored 5 runs in the bottom of the 1st. Peters on 2-1. It's fouled back. 2 strikes to Anderson. This is a big out here, standing in the box for Jackson Peters. If he can get Anderson, and you don't have to worry about Josh Blount. A sac fly would bring home a run. You can just get Blount out any way you can, and you'd end up exiting this half inning in a tie ball game. Full count. Another inning where Jackson Peters has had to labor on the mound. Long at-bats to a lot of the hitters he's faced. It's another 3-2 with one out against Caden Anderson. Pitch from Peters. It's fouled off, and we'll do it again on a full count. Outside, ball 4. Anderson walks, and the bases are loaded with one man out. And Josh Blount at the top of the lineup is coming to the plate. Blount is 1 for 3. A couple of flyouts and an RBI single that came in the 4th inning. Big spot in this game, still only the 5th inning. Blount skies one into shallow center field. Green is coming on, still coming on. He makes the catch. He'll throw all the way home, and holding at third is Parker Mooney. Did not want to test the arm of Ben Green. He probably could have scored if he did test it. Instead, it's a flyout, and the bases stay loaded with 2 outs here in the inning. And the dangerous Jack Teresian, 3 for 3 today. 2 singles and a double. Out of the 2 spot in the lineup, he scored a run and trying to drive in at least one and give Fremont the lead against Jackson Peters. He takes ball 1. Numbers on the year for Teresian. Joined the team in July. With today's 3 hits, he's going to be batting well above 300, regardless of how the rest of today goes. One and one. .46 pitches for Peters. He's gotten 5 outs. This one gets past Green. It's going to go towards the Sasquatch dugout, and the Moo are going to take the lead on a wild pitch. Parker Mooney comes home to score. 6-5, Fremont in front. Everybody advances behind Mooney. And Fremont has their first lead of the ball game. And Jack Teresian doesn't have to put the ball in play here, and Fremont will still end this half inning in front. In a favorable count at the same time, 2-1. Everything inside to Teresian in this at-bat. He misses there. 3 balls and a strike, and Cooper Fucino is due up next. Another pitch to that same spot. It's a walk to Teresian, and the bases are back to loaded. Teresian reaches, and here comes Cooper Fucino. Another pitch to that same spot. Even with a righty at the plate, he still misses to the same place. Ball not coming out of the hands of Jackson Peters like he's hoping right now as he misses to Fucino, 1-0. No room for error against Fucino. Can't issue a walk here. That'd bring home a run. Bases loaded, 2 outs. This time he finds the zone. Fucino swings right through it. 1-1. Fucino is 1 for 2 today. He walked in the first inning, popped out in the third, and he had an RBI single in the fourth. Came around to score later in the inning. The 5th of 5 runs in that frame. 6 unanswered by Fremont today. This time it catches the outside corner there on the right side of the plate. And the count's 1-2, 1 strike away from getting through this. 1-2 to Cooper Fucino. Meadows at third. Anderson at second. Terosian at first. Jackson Peters trying to finish it off. The 1-2. Bounced in the dirt. Green blocks it. That'll keep the runners put on ball 2. High and a full count. Start the merry-go-round with the bases loaded, 3-2 and 2 outs. Everybody will be off and running on the pitch. Fucino at the plate. We've got Carter Sintek due up next. And this is grounded to third. Bachman able to glove it, but it's a foul ball. Count will remain full against Fucino. How long these 2 innings have been for Peters on the mound. This could be it for him after this half inning. Julio Romero has grabbed the ball and now assumes a spot on the mound in the Sasquatch bullpen and has begun throwing. Another 3-2 pitch is grounded towards short. Coleman gloves it, gets it to his bare hand, but he'll have no play. He knocks it down, keeps it on the infields. But Meadows is going to come home to score. Everybody's safe. Fucino reaches. It's going to go down as a single RBI for Fucino. It's a 7-5 Moo lead. Head coach Justice Scott talk with Jackson Peters on the mounds. Not the way that Peters or Coach Scott was hoping this would go. De Los Santos looked good. Was lifted without giving up a run to that point. Peters came in, gave up 2 runs that were charged to De Los Santos, both unearned, but gave up the inherited runners. And then since that point, he's given up 5 runs of his own, 4 of them earned. 2 in this half inning, and the bases still loaded with 2 outs with Carter Sintek at the plate. One 1-0. 8th batter to come to the plate in the inning. The Moose sent up 9 in the 4th. Looking to send up 9 again here in this 5th inning. Still the bases loaded on a 1-0 count to Sintek. In the air, right field, Marcial going back on it, settles under it, and that'll do it. Inning over. The Moo take the lead with 2 runs against Jackson Peters. Sasquatch bats will look to answer as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning.
so untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
And miles of uncontrollable laughter, comfortable silence, and new memories. And for 50 years, Super 8 has been there for wherever your journey takes you. So when the open road calls for a good night's rest, you can depend on Super 8's modern rooms at over 2,000 locations. Plus, earn Wyndham Rewards points for every stay. Super 8, one of 24 trusted brands by Wyndham. See you on the road.
Sasquatch find themselves trailing for the first time today. Micah Coleman leads off. And Coleman looks at strike one. Coleman, Green, and Gonzalez going up against the same pitcher, Hayden Kelberlau. No hits through 4 innings for Kelberlau, despite giving up 5 runs, 3 earned. He has walked 6 and struck out 7. Quite an interesting day for Sasquatch bats at the plate. Coleman backs off the plate, 2-1. Well, it looks like it's a slider. That's the pitch that's been really good for Kelberlau. Was really good in the 4th inning, generating some swings and misses. 3rd inning as well. And that looks like that same pitch. It drops in there for a strike, 2-2. Can't tell exactly whether it's a curveball or a slider out of the hands of Kelberlau, but whatever it is, it looks good, especially after the 1st inning. Take away that half inning, he's been tough for Sasquatch hitters. There it is again, and Coleman swings and misses. 1 up and 1 down for Kelberlau in the 5th. Different pitcher over these past 3 innings. Hayden Kelberlau worked into trouble in the 4th with a couple hit by pitches and a walk. But still, no hits for Sasquatch batters today. They have 5 runs. They've committed 4 errors, and there's a big 0 in between the 2 of those on the scoreboard. Not every day you see that. Ball 1 to Chance Green. The catcher struck out twice today, 2 of the 8 from Kelberlau. Strikeout victim in the 1st and 3rd innings. One and 1. It's probably going to be the last inning for Kelberlau, either just because of effectiveness or pitch count. 97 pitches on the day. The cap is you can't start a new batter once you've thrown 110. 1 and 2. And considering highest he'd thrown to this point was 73, he's well over that mark at this point. He'd never gone more than 4 innings with the out to Coleman. He's gone 4 1/3 today. That's a new record for outs recorded for him this year. Swing and a miss, and Green, a strikeout victim for a 3rd time today. Make it 9 strikeouts on the day for Hayden Kelberlau. 2 up and 2 down in the bottom of the 5th inning. Matthew Gonzalez is coming up. Gonzalez reached on an error in the 1st, and he struck out in the 3rd. Ball 1. 100 pitches for Kelberlau. Needs one more out to be in line for a win. One more strikeout to give him double figures. Fouled straight back. Count evens up. Of course, arguably the most impressive is the no hits to this point. Game did go final out in Hastings. The Sodbusters win it 9-1. Their playoff hopes very much alive, but now they're rooting for the Sasquatch to come back and win today. If the Moo win, then tomorrow won't mean anything for anybody in the ILB. The Fremont Moo will have clinched. Outside. Count it 2-2 against Gonzalez. Swing and a miss. Hayden Kelberlau has struck out the side, 10 strikeouts in the day, and no hits through 5 innings. The Sasquatch trail the Fremont Moo 7-5, and they have no hits through 5 innings as we head to the 6th inning. Fremont on top.
So surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
So Julio Romero will take over from Jackson Peters. Romero this summer, 18 2/3 innings pitched. He's given up 16 runs, 14 of them earned, 6.75 ERA, 1.88 whip on the year, 13 strikeouts, 13 walks, also 7 hit by pitches, another guy who struggled a bit with command. Command wasn't really a huge issue for Jackson Peters today. He did issue 3 walks in 2 innings, but also 6 hits allowed as the pitches that did find the strike zone, Fremont hitters were able to take advantage of. Now Julio Romero will try to quiet the Moo offense, who've scored 5 runs in the 4th and 2 runs in the 5th. They've scored 7 in their last 2 innings, 7 unanswered, to take the lead over the Sasquatch. Top of the 6th, and the first pitch is high. Ball 1 to Bridger Coleman. It's Coleman, Mooney, and Meadows for Fremont going up against Julio Romero. Sasquatch still have Elijah Bobo and J.J. Neal available out of the pen today. Swing and a miss. At this point in the game now trailing. It's going to be all hands on deck probably the rest of the way. Can't really think about tomorrow and saving Bobo or Neil for tomorrow. Figure that out if you somehow can come back and win today, because a loss eliminates them completely. It also not only eliminates them, but it also would eliminate Hastings, and it would give Fremont a spot in the ILB Championship Series. A ball and 2 strikes to Bridger Coleman, who's 0 for 3 today. 2-2. Romero coming back for year number 2 with the Sasquatch. Played here last year. Started 6 of 9 games he appeared in 36 2/3 innings pitched. He had an ERA of 5.89. This summer he's worked out of the bullpen. Came midway through the season. And on a 2-2. Coleman takes strike 3. Coleman caught looking. 1 up and 1 down out of the bullpen for Julio Romero. Well, the big thing for the Sasquatch at this point in the summer is you just have to wonder how things would have been if they didn't have the amount of pitchers that they have depart over the course of the summer. Pitchers that are no longer here with the team include starters Colin Anderson, Jackson Renz, and Easton Brooks. Cade Bleeker just got injured in his last start, but he's really been pitching all summer with an injury. You had Cade Bridges out of the bullpen begin the year and then depart. Nolan Wallfeltz, Michael Casillas through just 1 game. Andrew Argenziano as well. And Ben Hill, our intern / player for road games as well. His count evens up at a ball and a strike. Cole Krieber shut down for the rest of the season. Aiden Torpy, with his pitching out of the pen yesterday, he's going to be done for today and tomorrow. So you're left with only a few guys that are really pitchers for the Sasquatch to have to work with down the stretch. And I mean, this is a team that was so good on the pitching side of things through the middle part of this season. Obviously the offense carried them a big way, but the pitching staff did their part, winning a lot of ball games, put them in position to make the playoffs. But the last 2 weeks where the pitching has struggled and it's been makeshift down the stretch, head coach Justice Scott has had to really play it day by day, having to manage some injuries and some bullpen limits. And of course the big thing as well is some of these guys, the guys that aren't injured, like take Aiden Torpy for example. I mean, this is a guy who'd thrown 40 pitches over his last 2 days, got 1 day off, and then threw 90 pitches last night. Of course, I'm sure head coach Justice Scott talked thoroughly with Torpy to make sure that he was comfortable with that and that he'd feel okay throwing 90 pitches, but you don't want to hurt any of these guys who don't have pre-existing injuries. In summer ball, you want everybody to make sure they've gotten better and can come back to their colleges completely healthy. Meanwhile, a full count here to Parker Mooney with 1 away. Romero comes home, fouled straight back. Mooney on base twice today, grounded out in the 2nd. Reached on an error in the 4th, and he walked in the 5th. He scored 2 runs today. Miles Meadows due up next, who's 3 for 3 out of the 7th spot in the lineup. Payoff. Another ball fouled straight back to the screen. And the count remains at 3-2. Romero has the ability to go multiple innings. He has several times. Most pitches he's thrown in an outing was 75 out of the pen against the Plainsmen through 4 innings. That's the most he has gone. In the air center field, playable for Green. He lost sight of it off the bat, but now he's found it, and he makes the catch. Always the worst feeling as an outfielder is when that ball came off the bat. You could see him put both of his hands out to his sides as if to say, I can't see it. But he able to find it and retires Parker Mooney. Romero's come into the game and set down the first 2 he's faced. Look at these 2 teams combined. The very first 3 up, 3 down inning was the last half inning in the bottom of the 5th when Kilberlau struck out the Sasquatch in order. Romero trying to give the first 3 up, 3 down inning for Sasquatch pitching. Misses high. Ball 1 to Meadows. Mentioned Meadows is 3 for 3, all singles. Bunt single in the 2nd and a couple of singles through the left side in the 4th and 5th innings. Active on the base paths as well. He's 2 of 2 on stolen bases. And he's also scored 2 runs. Cuts through the fastball. Evens up the count, out a ball and a strike. Well, Kelberlau, you have to imagine his day is going to be done at this point. He's just over 100 pitches, so mathematically speaking, in terms of the pitch count limit, he can start another batter. He's at 104 pitches. He can't start a new batter once he gets to 110, though. 1-1 is grounded weakly to the left side. Bachman going over from third towards the hole. He throws to first, and they get Meadows. Romero comes in and gets the first 3 up, 3 down inning for Sasquatch pitching. And now it'll be up to the bats to answer, with the Fremont Moo leading 7-5.
I wanna shout out to the world so they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. And she loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind.
Hey, nice strike.
Yeah, it blows my mind. She's my lover.
Sasquatch still looking for their first hit of the game, despite putting up 5 runs in the first inning. None since then, and no hits all ball game. Hayden Kelberlau is still out there on the mound, and he pumps in strike 1. He can't go more than 110 pitches. At least he can't start another batter once he gets to that mark. So, in barring a 4-pitch inning, this will be it for Kelberlau as it's chopped weakly off of the foot of Wallette. And he grabs instantly to that left toe. Looks like that's where it got it. Back on his feet. And they count 0-2. Kelberlau 105 pitches. That was 106. Through 5 innings, 6 walks, 10 strikeouts, 5 runs, 3 earned. Crazy day for Hayden Kelberlau. This is his first start of the year as well. A memorable one. Ahead of Wallette 0-2. Doesn't chase. Count goes to a ball and 2 strikes. That's the same pitch that's been working all day for Kelberlau. That slider, curveball kind of pitch. Can't tell from up here what exactly it is. Looks like it's got slider movement. And Sasquatch hitters have been chasing it, righties especially, all game long. Goes back to it again. Wallette takes again. Count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. You got the top of the lineup due up next. Seth Nelson was the DH to start the day. He was pinch hit for by Lane Syme, who's on deck, and then Ben Green in the hole. 2-2. And Wallette fouls it off. Count goes full. So with Hastings winning today, they're rooting for the Sasquatch. They'll be rooting for them today and tomorrow. They need 2 wins from Spearfish, and Hastings with a win tomorrow and a Sasquatch win tomorrow and a Sasquatch win today, Hastings would be in the playoffs. Fremont only needs to win one of these next 2, today or tomorrow, and they're in. And the Sasquatch have a tough battle as well. They have to win today and tomorrow, and have the Nebraska Prospects win tomorrow night. Full count pitches grounded towards short. A big hop for Syntec, and that'll get Wallette on the 110th pitch of the ball game. Wallette grounds out for the first out in the bottom of the 6th. Here comes Lane Syme. This is pitch 111 of the game, and it's upstairs for ball 1. I'm not 100% sure exactly how that rule is written. Perhaps you can start a batter at 110 pitches. I've heard from others that that was the rule around the league. This pitch is fouled off. Count evens up at 1-1 on Syme. Ball and 2 strikes. Into left field, and there is the first hit of the ball game for the Sasquatch. Lane Syme into left field breaks up a no-hitter that lasted into the 6th inning. Not your conventional one by any means. 5 runs had already come home across against Kimberlau, but finally the Sasquatch get a hit, and the final batter that he faces will be the first hit of the night. Lane Syme gets it done. The Sasquatch will have the tying run in the form of Ben Green coming to the plate against a new Moo pitcher when we come back.
When you venture to Spearfish in the Black Hills of South Dakota, you'll find rugged hiking and biking trails, extreme rock climbs, and views that will take your breath away. Plan a Spearfish vacation and come find your adventure. Spearfish, my great place in South Dakota.
Well, if I said 5 1/3 innings, 1 hit and 10 strikeouts, you'd probably think a dominant outing. 6 walks, though, on top of that. And that is the day for Hayden Kelberlau. 5 1/3, 11 and 115 pitches for Kelberlau. And the first pitch is a strike to Ben Green. The new pitcher on the mound is Connor Peterson, who's worked very infrequently for the Fremont Moo. This is outing number 4 for him as a pitcher. Primarily been used as a hitter this summer. 3 previous outings for him, June 18th, June 28th, and July 18th. Hasn't pitched since the 11th of July, 8 2/3 innings on the summer. He's given up 5 runs, all of them earned, so he's carrying a 5.19 ERA and a 1.04 whip. Only 1 walk, 7 strikeouts, and opponents are batting .235 against him. 1-2 on Ben Green. The no-hitter finally broken up by Lane Syme, the final batter that Kelberlau ends up facing. Kelberlau's first start of the summer, one to remember. 115 pitches, 58 of them for strikes. Just a wild day all around, but he had 10 strikeouts despite not throwing any pitches in the zone, it seemed like. This will get through the right side, back-to-back singles for Sasquatch hitters as Ben Green finds a hole in the right side. Lane Syme heads over to second base, and Green on base all 4 times today. A pair of walks, a hit by pitch, now a single. And the Sasquatch threatening against new pitcher Connor Peterson in the 6th. Here comes Jordan Bowman. If you're just joining us in this ball game, Bowman took over from Kyle Finn after Finn was hit by a pitch in the face in the 4th inning. Looked like it caught him on the cheek. Right-handed hitter, got a fastball up and in. He tried to get out of the way of it, could not get all the way out of the way of it, and ended up getting hit by the pitch. He departed. Jordan Bowman has since come in, taken over at first base, and assumes the 3rd spot in the lineup, coming up for his first at-bat in a big way. Runners on first and second. He's representing the go-ahead run in the box. And he fouls this pitch off the mask of home plate umpire Chris Sintek. Looked like it also caught the mask of Cooper Fucino, the catcher. Look at the numbers on the year for Jordan Bowman. So he sets into the box for the first time. 27 games played to this point, .330 batting average as a hitter. 4 home runs on the year, that's most on the team. 11 extra base hits, 25 runs batted in. He scored 27 runs. Hits it in the air to left center. Playable for Meadows out in center field. He makes the catch. Syme won't tag. Throw gets away on the infield, but nowhere for Syme to go. Bowman flies out. 2 away. Here comes Ryan Bachman, 4th-year man. Sasquatch need a big hit out of him. He's been able to deliver time and time again. And the Sasquatch need one here in the 6th inning to get a little bit closer in this ball game. They've got speed on the base pass, at least at first, with Ben Green. This pitch gets away from Fucino, and both runners are going to advance. On the wild pitch, Syme to 3rd, Green to 2nd, and now a base hit into the outfields. Could tie this one up. .423 batting average for Bachman coming into today. Sasquatch leader in just about every offensive category. Hits, RBIs, runs. He's tied for most in history in home runs. In the dirt, and the count's 2-0. Game number 41 for Bachman on the summer. He's had multiple hits in over half of those games. 21 multi-hit games coming into today. And a 2-0 pitch. He takes the curveball, strike 1. Count moves to 2-1 against Bachman. The Moo have scored 7 unanswered runs. The Sasquatch haven't scored since the 1st when they put up 5. This pitch skips away from Fucino. Syme is going to play it safe and not try to come home. It's also ball 3. With Javier Marcial due up next. It's a tough call to make at third base. That ball's coming towards you. You don't know whether Fucino's going to come out to get it or whether Peterson will get it from the mound. 3 balls and a strike with 2 outs. 2 in scoring position, and the Sasquatch trailing by 2. Pitch drops in there for a strike, and the count goes full on Bachman. Peterson entered the ball game replacing Kelberlau. He's given up a single, and he got a fly out to Bowman. The 3-2 is in the dirt, ball 4. Bachman walks, and the bases are loaded with 2 outs for Javier Marcial. Outside of the 5th inning, when Kelberlau struck out the side, the Sasquatch have left at least 1 runner on base in every half inning. To this point, they've left 6 on base. They loaded the bases in the 4th inning and did not score. Bases loaded here in the 6th, and Javier Marcial looks at strike 1 on the corner. Marcial has turned his season around since the calendar month went to June. On base 2 out of 3 times today with a walk and an error. And he takes just off the edge. Count evens up at a ball and a strike. On base today, 13-game on base streak. Batting over 300 in July. In the dirt, 2-1 the count. Really, his season turned around playing this very team when he came in as a pinch hitter on June 27th. Or check that, on June 6th, came in as a pinch hitter and tied the ball game with a home run in the 9th inning. Takes on the corner. 2-2 to Marcial. Bases full of Sasquatch. Lane Symes at third, Ben Green's at second, and Ryan Bachman at first. Connor Peterson's pitch is just high. And a full count to Marcial with nowhere to put him, and Micah Coleman on deck. So here we go, everybody off on the pitch. 3-2. Marcial into right center field. That's down for a hit. Scoring is Syme. Green behind him. Ryan Bachman will score all the way from first. Marcial's digging for third. The throw is cut off, and it's an RBI go-ahead triple for Javier Marcial. He clears the bases with 1 swing of the bat, and the Sasquatch jump out in front. It's 8-7. With everybody running on the pitch, easy for Bachman to score all the way from first. And Javier Marcial comes through against the Moo once again with an RBI bases clearing triple to put the Sasquatch in front as Micah Coleman takes strike 1. Sasquatch retaking the lead 8-7 in this bottom of the 6th inning. Peterson's 0-1 misses low. So Kelberlau, 6 runs will be charged to him, 4 of them earned. Coleman into center field, playable for Meadows, and he'll put it away to end the inning. 1 big swing of the bat by Javier Marcial has changed the landscape of this game after 6 innings of play. It's the Sasquatch who are in front, 8-7.
So surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
Now it's the Sasquatch in front, 8-7 as we get set for the top of the 7th inning. Julio Romero back out there for the Sasquatch, and his first pitch to Isaac Bonner's outside, ball 1. Romero worked a 3 up, 3 down, top of the 6th inning, the only of its kind for Sasquatch pitching. And now he'll face 8-9-1 in the Fremont order. Bonner swings and misses. 1-1 the count. Bonner's 0 for 3 today. A couple flyouts and a strikeout. J.J. Neal was walking around in the bullpen, but hasn't started throwing yet. Probably going to try to see Romero through this 7th inning, perhaps the 8th as well. And then head coach Justin Scott will have an option. He's got Elijah Bobo and J.J. Neal, who probably both of them about 1 inning maximum is what you're looking for out of the 2 of them. So you need at least this 7th from Romero to give you a shot with those 2 guys, maybe in the 8th and 9th. Bonner fouls it off, evens up the count at 2-2. Well, in last night's game, when the Sasquatch lost, the errors cost them the game. Today they have 4 errors, and that's been a big part of this ball game, as Sasquatch have only given up 4 earned runs out of the 7 in total. Bonner fouls this pitch off. The other key factor in last night's game was the 2-out hitting and the clutch hitting. Sasquatch couldn't get the clutch hit when they needed it last night, but today already Javier Marcial with arguably his 2nd clutchest hit of the year. The first came against Fremont on the home run. Terrorizes them again with a triple bases clearing of its kind in the 6th to give the Sasquatch the lead as Bonner fouls it back to the screen. Keeps the count at 2-2. Romero's above 20 pitches. Definitely has the ability, though, like mentioned, to throw above 40. Even can go close to 70. And a 2-2. Swing and a miss. Isaac Bonner goes down on strikes to begin the top of the 7th inning. And Romero has come into the ball game, and he's retired all 4 Fremont hitters he has faced. Ninth spot in the lineup, Caden Anderson, the 2nd baseman. Caden Anderson 0 for 1 today, walked twice and flew out to right. Goes after the first pitch and skies it foul. This will get out of play. 0-1 to Anderson. Swing and a miss, 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. In the air, right field, long run from Marcial. He's not going to get it. Drops down in front of him on 1 hop. He'll get it into the infields. A single for Caden Anderson out of the 9th spot in the lineup gives Fremont some life in the 7th inning. They've got the tying run on base. The go-ahead run will come to the plate in the form of Josh Blount at the top of the lineup. Blount's been relatively quiet today. He's hit the ball pretty well all 4 times. Into the outfield each time. 3 flyouts and an RBI single on the day for Blount. Also scored a run. He takes strike 1 out of the hand of Romero. Strike 2. Gets in front of the leadoff man, Blount. It's been a great year for Josh Blount, but even better in the month of July. .312 batting average in 26 games played on the summer, but in the month of July, heating up. .396 coming into today, 19 for 48. He's been great in July on this playoff push. He fouls this pitch off. Fremont in general has been great, riding a 6-game winning streak into today, trying to extend it to 7 and clinch the second spot in the ILB Championship Series. They've been scoring over 11 runs per game on this 6-game winning streak. For a team that's batting just .254 on the summer, they've turned it on when they needed it. The 0-2 is lofted to left. Wallette takes a couple steps back and to his right, and he makes the catch to get Blount for the second out. J.J. Neal loosening in the Sasquatch pen. Romero has given them exactly what they were hoping for. Coming to the ball game, he's given up just the one base runner, the single to Anderson, retired 5 out of 6, and trying to work a clean top of the 7th inning. Give the Sasquatch offense a chance to grow this lead, already on top by 1. As the first pitch misses outside to Jack Tarosian. Tarosian's been great, came to the team in July. He's batted over .300, and he's on base all 4 times today with 3 hits and a walk. Taken for strike 1. Count evens up on Tarosian. It's been a great 2 days for Tarosian. Yesterday had a pair of doubles. Was on base 4 out of 6 times, and today on base 4 out of 4 times. So on base almost every time in this series, 8 out of 10 over the first 2 games of this series. 2 balls and a strike to Tarosian. Came into today with 7 extra base hits and 15 total hits. Had another extra base hit, his double in the 3rd inning, and he's in a hitter-friendly count at 3-1 with the dangerous Cooper Fucino on deck. Anderson at first, solid speed. He's 3 of 4 on stolen bases. And a walk to Tarosian on base for a 5th time. What a series it's been for the left fielder, Jack Tarosian. He draws the walk, and runners on first and second with 2 men out for Cooper Fucino. Fucino's been there all year for Fremont. .327 batting average coming into today in 41 games played. A little bit better in July. .355 coming into today. 3 home runs in the month of July, 4 on the year. And he'll look to deliver the big hit for the Moo as he fouls this first pitch off, with J.J. Neal continuing to throw in the bullpen. Wonder how things shake up if Fucino reaches, whether he ties the ball game, takes the lead, or just reaches on maybe a walk to load the bases. You wonder if head coach Justice Scott will consider ending the day for Julio Romero, who's been really good out of the pen so far. 0-1 is high. Count evens up on Fucino, a ball and a strike. Fucino today 2 for 3, 2 RBIs and a run scored. He's also walked once on base 3 out of 4 times. Fouled away, and Romero 1 strike away from getting out of it. Fremont, similarly to the Sasquatch, have threatened every inning except for their last one in the 6th, where they were retired in order. They've left at least 1 runner on base in every inning. They've left 9 on base to this point. Romero trying to make it 11 and strand a pair. On 1 and 2 to Cooper Fucino. Both runners go. The pitch is outside. Chance Green will not throw to either base. The double steal. Anderson goes to 3rd. Tarosian goes to 2nd. Tying run 90 feet away, and it was Anderson who initiated that double steal. He took off first, and then Tarosian had to follow suit behind him. Can't let him swipe 3rd and you not advance to 2nd, so he did. Able to move into scoring position as well. Count at 2 and 2 with 2 outs. Romero needs 1 more good pitch to finish this off. Fucino takes down low, and the count is full. with Carter Sintek, the shortstop, on deck. Pitch number 59 coming for Julio Romero with 2 in scoring position. The go-ahead run at second base. The 3-2. Grounded towards short. A high hop. It gets past Coleman and into center field. Anderson scores. Tarosian scores. And Cooper Fucino with a 2-out, 2-strike, 2-run single has put the Moo on top, and they lead it 9-8. Well, Romero had to throw a strike there on 3-2. Didn't want to walk the bases loaded. Came right after arguably the best hitter in this Fremont order. And Cooper Fucino makes him pay with a single right up the middle to give the Moo the lead once again, on top by a run. Now 9-8. And it'll be up to the Sasquatch offense to answer back. But first, Romero's got to get one more out in this half inning as he brushes back Carter Sintek. Misses on the fastball inside, ball 1. Sintek relatively quiet today. He's just 1 for 4. His one hit, though, was an RBI single. Part of the 5-run 4th inning for the Moo. Grounded towards short. Coleman eats it up and throws to second. They get Fucino, and that will end the top of the 7th inning. Stretch time here at the ballpark, and it's hold your breath time for both of these teams and for Hastings watching. Fremont leads the Sasquatch 9-8.
I wanna shout out to the world so they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. And she loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind.
Hey, nice try.
Yeah, it blows my mind. She's my lover.
Danny Cook pinch hitting for the Sasquatch as we get set for the bottom of the 7th inning. The Sasquatch need base runners, and Danny Cook will be the first guy off the bench. He comes in to pinch hit for Chance Green, who was getting his first action in 10 days behind the plate. He's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, and Danny Cook will take over. Cook, about as polar of an opposite as you can get to a guy 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Cook has been phenomenal this summer. You saw the batting average earlier with Coleman batting over 400. Cook enters today, 439 batting average in 24 games played. On base percentage at .505 and a 3-0 count to the pinch hitter Cook. Squares to bunt. He'll pull it back and take ball 4. 4 pitches miss to the leadoff hitter, Danny Cook, in this half inning. And now it'll be Matthew Gonzalez, the second baseman, who will bat. Still Connor Peterson out there for the Moo, trying to lock this one down, at least in this bottom of the 7th. Cook already aboard the tying run on the base paths, and here is Gonzalez. Quiet today, just an error and 2 strikeouts. Cook will slide back into first, no throw from Peterson, just fake the move. Gonzalez will step out. Well, Gonzalez has been up and down this season. He really started heavily down. 143 batting average through a big portion of this season before the bat came alive. That's a balk. The second balk that we've seen from Fremont pitching. And that's going to move Danny Cook, the tying run, into second base. Count stays at 1-0 to Gonzalez. Or actually, no count, because that pitch doesn't count. Gonzalez chops it off the inside of his knee. Goes down right away. That one hurts. Looked like it caught him maybe just below the knee. On that shin, on that front foot, and he will hobble back to his feet. Try to walk that one off, regain some feeling in that front leg. Well, you wonder in a situation like this as well, before that pitch with no count, if you maybe see a guy like Gonzalez try to bunt, move Danny Cook over to third. You're at the bottom part of the lineup, Michael Wallett on deck, and already you've had to use Jordan Bowman to come in as a pinch hitter or a pinch runner, replacing Kyle Finn. Not something they wanted to do, but something they had to with his injury. Syme has come in as a DH for Nelson, so you're running out of some bats on the bench. Pitch fouled off by Gonzalez. With Wallett on deck, realistically, other guys you could think to go to. Of course, you've got Ackerman and Dempsey, both catchers. One of those two will probably take over behind the plate for Chance Green. And Patrick Rakes, who started yesterday in left fields, an option as well, as Gonzalez just pulls this one foul. Got just out in front of that 0-2 pitch. Got a hanging slider and yanked it foul, so the count remains at 0-2. Danny Cook has decent speed as well on the base path, so a ball into the gap, and he could score, but with nobody out, got to be sure he can come around. 9-8 ball game, Fremont in front, taking the lead off the Fucino 2-run single in the top of the 7th. Gonzalez takes high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's been a wild game on many fronts today. The Sasquatch scored 5 runs in the bottom of the 1st inning with no hits. Fremont answered back. They scored 7 unanswered in the middle part of this game. Sasquatch brought 3 home off a Javier Marcial triple. Gonzalez pops this one up towards the Sasquatch dugout. 3 Moo converge. Who's going to get it? It's the pitcher. It's Connor Peterson who makes the catch in foul territory to get Gonzalez for the first out. And after that Marcial triple in the 6th, immediately an answer from Fremont in this top of the 7th inning to retake the lead. Sasquatch didn't have a hit through 5 innings against Hayden Kelberlau, who threw 115 pitches today, had 10 strikeouts, and only gave up the 1 hit despite giving up 6 runs and 4 earned. Peterson, the only Moo reliever to come into the game thus far. He'll now face Micah Wallett, who looks at ball 1 high. 9th spot in the lineup, Micah Wallett, left fielder today, is 0 for 3, fly out, strikeout, and a ground out. 1-0, hit hard to left field. Coming on is Tarosian, and he makes the catch. Cook will scamper back to second. Roped off the bat of Micah Wallett, but it finds the glove of Tarosian. And so that'll end up as out number 2 despite the hard contact. Nothing to show for it. Here is Lane Syme. Lane Syme came in as a pinch hitter for Seth Nelson in the 4th inning, the DH spot at the top of the lineup. Recorded the very first hit of the game for the Sasquatch, which came in the top of the 6th, his single, and came around to score on the Marcial triple. Syme, a massive power threat despite a low batting average. So he takes strike 2. 9 of his 17 hits this year are extra base hits. He's got 5 doubles, a triple, and 3 home runs. Behind in the count, 0-2. Peterson misses high with the fastball. Ball and 2 strikes. Just 246 on the year. The batting average for Syme, but an 848 OPS. 1-2's in the dirt, 2-2. Trying to get on base any way he can. You've got Ben Green on deck, who's 1 for 1 on base all 4 times. 2 spot in both of these teams' lineup, Tarosian and Green. That spot in the lineup has not been retired yet today. A 2-2. High, 3-2. Connor Peterson entered for Kelderlau. He's thrown an inning and a third, trying to get through the 7th. 3-2 is fouled away as Syme stays all the way back on a breaking ball. Almost fouled that out of the mitt of Fucino. The last possible seconds. Gets the bat to it and stays alive. Another full count with 2 outs, and Danny Cook the tying run at second base. Peterson, breaking ball, misses, ball 4. And Lane Syme draws the walk, extends the inning for Ben Green to come to the plate. Ben Green has been everything the Sasquatch could have hoped this summer as a center fielder. Has shown all the tools you could ask for. 3 home runs, he's displayed the power. 9 stolen bases, he's shown you the speed. He's played good defense in center field as well. And of course the batting average comes into today at 372. He's done everything the Sasquatch could have hoped. And out of the 2 spot in the lineup, he's been on base all 4 times. He's scored 2 runs. And now they need a big hit off of his bat to tie this ball game or retake the lead. Green looks at a strike out of the hands of Connor Peterson. Green in half of his games, multiple hits, 14 in 30 games played. Hit safely in 9 of his last 10, including today. He has been fantastic for the Sasquatch. 2 balls and a strike to Green. A powerful man waiting on deck as well in the form of Jordan Bowman, who's hit 4 home runs this year. Sasquatch would love to get him an opportunity as well. That's on the corner, and the count evens up at 2-2. Peterson 1 strike away from getting through this inning. 2 on, 2 outs, and a 2-2 pitch from Peterson. Green hits it in the air, left center. Long run for Meadows. Coming over is Tarosian, and it's Tarosian who will make the catch in left center fields to retire Ben Green for the 3rd out. The Sasquatch will leave 2 runners stranded. They can't tie up the ball game in the bottom of the 7th inning, and now we head to the 8th with Fremont still on top by a run.
My favorite thing about Macero's, it's the staff. The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
J.J. Neal out of the bullpen for the Sasquatch. Neal this summer, 8 1/3 innings pitched, a 5.40 ERA. He's given up 5 runs, all of them earned. 1.32 whip, 11 strikeouts, just 1 walk. That's what's most impressive about Neal. He's in the strike zone quite a bit. Fastball in the low 90s out of the hands of the right-hander. And he finds the zone for strike 1 to begin the top of the 8th. It's Bridger Coleman, the DH, who leads off. 5, 6, 7 in the Fremont order. Coleman, Mooney, and Meadows going up against Neal. Sasquatch will look to get at least 1 inning from J.J. Neal here today and hope that the Sasquatch bats can answer in the bottom of the 8th inning, tie the ball game up, maybe take the lead and give the Sasquatch a chance to close this one out. They have to win in order to continue their season tomorrow and give themselves a chance to make the playoffs, play meaningful baseball in game number 50 tomorrow to finish out the summer in the regular season. Of course, if Fremont wins, then tomorrow we'll see how it's played out across the ILB with the Fremont Moo having clinched if they can win today. Ball and 2 strikes to Coleman. Fastball fouled away. Coleman a couple strikeouts, both of them looking. He's also grounded out and flown out today, so he's 0 for 4. One of 2 Fremont hitters who have not been on base yet today, him and Bonner. Grounded weakly towards short, might have been a broken bat. Coleman with a lot of time. He'll throw to first, and Coleman is retired for the first out. Defensive change for the Sasquatch with Cook coming into pinch hit for Chance Green. Jake Dempsey has taken over behind the plate, so it's got Dempsey as the new catcher and J.J. Neal as the new pitcher. 1 out, here's Parker Mooney. Mooney's 0 for 3. He's scored 2 runs, and he's driven in a run. This will not be Parker Mooney. Announced over the PA, Dylan Brandenburg will come into pinch hit. Those were the numbers on the day for Mooney. No longer in the ballgame. Brandenburg coming into pinch hit. Give you the numbers for him after this first pitch. Misses, counts the ball and no strikes. 31 games played for Brandenburg, 258 batting average, OPS just under 700, 672. Does have a home run to go along with 17 runs batted in. A ball and a strike. In the air, right field. It's headed towards the line. Marcial, a long way to go. He's going to get there in foul territory and hang on to make the catch. Bumping up against the wooden boards out in right field. Makes the catch in foul territory, and that retires Brandenburg. 2 batters face, 2 outs for J.J. Neal out of the bullpen. Here's the center fielder, Miles Meadows, who will come to the plate. 3 hits today for Meadows. He's 3 for 4. All 3 hits singles. First pitch swinging, and that ball is fair, just inside the line. Meadows has speed. He's going to round first and head for second. Wallette is going to get there on the wall. Meadows thought about going to third, but a strong throw from Wallette will keep Meadows at just second base. A double for the center fielder. Has an insurance run for the Moo, now in scoring position in this 8th inning. So Meadows, 4 hits out of the 7th spot in the lineup. Moved up from 9 where he was batting yesterday. He had 3 hits last night, 4 hits today, 7 in the series for Meadows. Here's Bonner, as mentioned. Not on base yet today, 0 for 4. A couple of strikeouts and a couple of flyouts. 599 fans here at the ballpark trying to cheer on a Sasquatch to a win. 1-0 chop towards short. Coleman will play it on the hop. It gets by him, and he's able to at least knock it down to keep it on the infields. And Meadows will go to third, reaching on the error, Isaac Bonner. And now if you're a Sasquatch fan, you're thinking, not again. This is what happened last night. Errors in the 8th inning led to 5 Fremont runs. The Sasquatch as a team have committed 5 errors today. J.J. Neal trying to make sure that error doesn't prove costly. Despite what could have been out number 3, he's going to have to get one more out. Facing Caden Anderson. Runners on the corners. Bonner's at first, Meadows at third. Fremont threatening to tack on an insurance run. Anderson out of the 9th spot in the lineup. A single, a flyout, and 2 walks. 1-1. Of course, a wild pitch would add on an insurance run as well. Dempsey good behind the plate. But J.J. Neal, a lively fastball. If one gets away from him, it's tough to stop. The 1-1 from Neal. Swing and a miss. Anderson cuts through the fastball, 1-2. Want to get Anderson before facing Blount at the top of the lineup. Trying to get through the top of the 8th inning without allowing a run. Give the Sasquatch a chance with 3, 4, 5 due up in the bottom of the 8th. The 1-2. Chopped foul. No action in the Fremont bullpen. It looks like Connor Peterson could be back out there for another inning of work in the 8th. 1-2 the count. Meadows at third, Bonner at first. J.J. Neal. His 1-2. Runner goes from first, and it's in there for strike 3. Anderson down looking for the 3rd out. Neal strands a pair of Moo in the top of the 8th inning, and as we head to the bottom half, it'll be Bowman, Bachman, and Marcial with the Sasquatch trailing by a run.
Jet Rogers at Peak Family Chiropractic and Sports Performance.
We all take different paths in life. That's why we utilize multiple different treatments here at Peak. Our main treatment is our high-level chiropractic adjustment, but we also emphasize the use of cupping, scraping, vibration massage, trigger point therapy, and active care to promote movement, strength, mobility, and most of all, pain relief. Why travel to multiple locations when you can have total wellness under one roof? Stop in today and let's get you to your peak.
At Deadwood Gaming Resort. When you're looking for the latest and greatest games, the Lodge is the place for you, as we are constantly updating our gaming floor with new and exciting games. There's always something fresh and fun at the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort, your home for the newest games.
The new pitcher into the ball game is Tyler Dunham, who will take over for the Fremont Moo here in the bottom of the 8th inning. He'll have to go through Bowman, Bachman, and Marcial, the first 3 batters he will face. Well, Dunham has had an interesting summer. He's only pitched in 2 games to this point. 4 innings on May 24th, 3 innings on July 24th. And this is outing number 3 on the summer for Dunham. In those 2 previous outings, 7 innings pitched, a 1.29 ERA, a whip under 1, 8 strikeouts, and 2 walks. Bowman hits one hard out to right center field. This ball's headed towards the wall, and it is up against the wall. And Bowman will round second base, and he'll think about going to third. He's going to try it. The throw comes into the infield, and he is head first dive, safe at third. Jordan Bowman leads off the bottom of the 8th inning with a triple, and the Sasquatch instantly have the tying run 90 feet away in the bottom of the 8th. And exactly the guy you want up. Here comes Ryan Bachman. Fremont will bring the infield in. Dunham greeted less than welcome by Jordan Bowman. Opposite field triple for Jordan Bowman. And here comes Ryan Bachman. The first pitch from Dunham. And Bachman takes strike 1. Bachman is 0 for 1 today. He's been on base twice, a sac fly in the first, a couple walks, and a strikeout. 0-1, bounced in the dirt. Bowman is not going to try it, and probably the right decision. Even though he could have scored with nobody out, there's no reason to risk making the very first out of the inning at home plate and having the bases empty with 1 out. You might as well stay at third. You trust your guys, Bachman, Marcial, Coleman coming up next. Tying run at third. Sasquatch down by 1. 9-8 Fremont in front. Dunham on 1-1. Bachman hits it out to right field. Bowman will retreat back to third to tag. Blount sizes it up. He makes the catch. Bowman's coming home. No, he's not. Bowman shaken up. He tried to take 2 steps and then hobbles back to third base, and he is crouched over at third as it looked like maybe a calf on his right foot. Took about 2 steps, and that was it. He instantly turned back to go to the bag. Bachman flies out for out number 1, and the Sasquatch now feeling almost like they're cursed right now with Finn departing this game earlier after taking a hit by pitch to the face. Now you've got Jordan Bowman, a chance to tie the ball game on a sacrifice fly. He's bent over at third base, and he will hobble weakly with help from Isaac Bonner to the Sasquatch trainer, and he'll be helped off the field with some help by Bonner. Great gesture of sportsmanship from Fremont third baseman Isaac Bonner as he'll walk with Jordan Bowman back to the dugout. Bowman grimacing as he crosses the first base line and heads towards the dugout. You can see on our broadcast just how gingerly he is walking. Seems like he's getting slower as he heads to the dugout. The last thing you want to see in a game like this. Jordan Bowman will exit. Now the Sasquatch will have to figure out who's going to play first, but first they'll replace Bowman at third base with Patrick Rakes. The Sasquatch find themselves now down 9-8. Ryan Bachman hit it pretty deep to right fields. And Bowman will depart. Patrick Rakes is the new pinch runner at third base. Infield still in. Here's Javier Marcial. Marcial swings and misses on the first pitch. Fastball upstairs. Marcial already a huge hit today. His RBI triple in the 6th inning, bases clearing triple, gave the Sasquatch the lead. On 0-1. He takes high, a ball and a strike. Marcial walked in the 1st inning. He reached on an error in the 3rd, so he's been on base 3 out of 4 times. Sasquatch as a team only have 4 hits today despite 8 runs. The 1-1. Fouled off, and the count moves to 1-2. Tyler Dunham on the 2nd pitch of the inning gave up the triple to Jordan Bowman. And now 1 strike away from getting the 2nd out of the inning, which would allow Fremont to put their defense back to normal and focus on getting the 3rd out and leaving Patrick Rakes stranded at 3rd. 1-2 to Javier Marcial. Dunham's pitch is high, and that evens up the count at 2-2. Marcial, the big home run against the Fremont Moo on the road when he came in as a pinch hitter, tied the ball game with a 2-run home run back on June 6th. He takes high, 3-2. He's left his mark on the game today, and the Sasquatch need a clutch knock out of their right fielder. Count is 3-2. Tyler Dunham comes home. And it's outside, ball 4 to Marcial. He'll reach, and the Sasquatch have 1st and 3rd with 1 man out. And the shortstop, Micah Coleman, will come up. A huge spot for Micah Coleman. Coleman's had a tough series in the field. He's been great at the plate, but another error today in the top half of the 8th that didn't prove costly. He grounds one towards short, maybe a chance to turn 2. The shovel to 2nd, there's 1. The throw to 1st, he slides in, and he's safe. He beats out a double play, and that allows Patrick Rakes to score the tying run, and the Sasquatch have tied it up in the 9th inning on a fielder's choice from Micah Coleman. The decision to slide for Micah Coleman, that's not exactly what you're taught as a baseball player. Usually you're told it's faster if you just run through the bag, but Coleman decided to go feet first into first base to break up a double play. He was busting it right out of the box, and he reaches on the fielder's choice to tie the ball game at 9. Here comes Jake Dempsey, who took over behind the plate after Danny Cook pinch hit for Chance Green in the 7th. Dempsey, not a defensive-minded defensive replacement either, with the way he's swung the bat this year, batting .486 in 11 games played. He's been on fire for the Sasquatch. He takes down low, a ball and a strike. Coleman, obviously you can see, has speed over at first base, and Dempsey has power to put one in the gap. A ball in the gap could score Coleman and give the Sasquatch the lead. This is outside. 2 balls and a strike to Dempsey. 1.218 OPS for Jake Dempsey. Hit his first home run of the season a couple nights ago. 2-1. It's fouled off the pole. Behind the plate, comes right back into the field of play, and the count moves to 2-2. J.J. Neal will more than likely be back out there for the top of the 9th inning, and he'll have to face the top of the lineup, Blount, Tarosian, and Fucino. That's what's due up next for Fremont. Jake Dempsey on 2-2. Swings and misses, and that does it for the Sasquatch in the 8th. They do bring home a run thanks to a leadoff triple by Jordan Bowman and a fielder's choice from Micah Coleman that brings home the pinch runner Patrick Rakes. The Sasquatch and Moo are tied at 9 through 8 innings of play. And as we head to the top of the 9th inning, we'll have the Squatch 400, and then J.J. Neal will be back out there to face the top of the Fremont lineup.
Road trips are measured in miles of uncontrollable laughter, comfortable silence, and new memories. And for 50 years, Super 8 has been there for wherever your journey takes you. So when the open road calls for a good night's rest, you can depend on Super 8's modern rooms at over 2,000 locations. Plus, earn Wyndham Rewards points for every stay. Super 8, one of 24 trusted brands by Wyndham. See you on the road.
So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
Better than this, an elimination game, the Sasquatch and the Moo, the second to last game of the ILB regular season here in 2024, and Josh Blount will lead off against J.J. Neal in the top of the 9th inning. The score tied at 9 after the Sasquatch tie things up in the bottom half of the 8th. Final inning of regulation, and the top of the lineup, Blount, Tarosian, and Fucino against J.J. Neal here in the 9th. Neal on 0-1, misses outside, a ball and a strike to Josh Blount. Blount at the top of the lineup is 1 for 5 with an RBI single that came back in the 4th inning. Flown out each of his last 4 times. The 1-1, hit in the air, right center field. This is well struck. Back on it goes Marcial, headed to the track at the wall. He falls down. Did he make the catch? I don't think he did. He's down in some pain in right center field. Now he holds up his glove. He made the catch. Unbelievable. He made the catch in right center field. He's still down on the ground. He held up his glove at the last second, and he made the catch. He's now back on his feet. What an unbelievable play in right center field as Javier Marcial just robbed Josh Blount of at least extra bases. Wow. Marcial looked like he was losing his footing in right center field as he was drifting and drifting towards the wall. Finally, at the last second, he made a last-ditch effort with the glove, and somehow he hauled that baseball in. And Josh Blount is retired for the first out on an unbelievable defensive play that maybe saves the season from Javier Marcial. First pitch is high to Jack Tarosian. Defensive change for the Sasquatch with Jordan Bowman out of the ball game. Chase Scott will take over at first. This is grounded to second. Gonzalez will field and throw to first, and Scott instantly in the middle of the action makes the play at first base, and Tarosian is out for the second out of the inning. Well, Javier Marcial not only done with the bat, a bases clearing go-ahead triple a couple innings ago, but one of the best catches, I think, of this season in the entire ILB. It'd be tough to find a catch better than that in a more important situation than what Javier Marcial just did in this top of the ninth inning. First pitch misses for ball one to Cooper Fucino. That ground out as well by Tarosian retires him for the first time. He was on base all 5 times today before that ground out. Here's Cooper Fucino. 1-0. Grounded to short. Coleman can't get it. A diving play gets past him, and it'll roll into the outfield. Micah Wallett can't cut it off in left center field. Fucino will stop at second base, standing up with a double. And Fremont has the go-ahead run on second base in the ninth inning in the form of Cooper Fucino, with the shortstop, Carter Sintek, coming up. Well, just a big sigh of relief as well that Marcial is able to stay in this game. It looked like for a second he was down in pain in right center fields, but he's able to stay in. And now the attention focuses on Carter Sintek at the plate with 2 outs and a runner on second. J.J. Neal, his first pitch fastball is outside, 1-0. Neal came into the ballgame in the 8th inning, worked a scoreless top of the 8th, and now here in the 9th inning, he's thrown 24 pitches through an inning and 2/3. Facing the cleat-up man, Carter Sintek. 1-0 into center field. Green coming on, and he will make the catch. The Moo do not score in the top of the 9th inning. The Sasquatch will have a chance to walk it off in the bottom half of the 9th. They'll send up 8, 9, 1 in the lineup. Don't go anywhere. Bottom of the 9th coming up.
So surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
It's everywhere you need us to be, on the sidelines to support our local athletes, at our clinic locations throughout the region, and at our Ortho Express walk-in clinic when you don't have time to make an appointment. We're here when you need us, working as a team to make your comeback stronger than ever. Getting stronger, getting better, getting you back to your best self. Monument Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, here for whatever moves you.
what a ball game this has been, and it's so glad that you could come along for the ride, whether you're a Sodbuster fan, a Sasquatch fan, a Fremont fan, maybe a Casper fan, an ILB fan, a baseball fan, whatever it might be. So glad that you can come along for the ride here at Black Hills Energy Stadium. Sasquatch and Moo, the second to last game of the regular season, and it's been a great one ever since the beginning. The Sasquatch jumped out with 5 runs in the bottom of the first inning. Fremont inched their way back, scored in the middle part of this ball game. They scored 7 unanswered runs, and it's been back and forth down the stretch. The Sasquatch take the lead. Fremont retakes the lead. Sasquatch tie it in the bottom of the 8th inning, and now in the bottom of the 9th inning, after a top of the 9th inning where Fremont does not score, we are headed to the bottom of the 9th inning. There's a new pitcher in the ball game as well for the Fremont Moo. So we take a look at the Sasquatch dugout. Sasquatch dugout, they're loose. They're trying to win this ball game and keeping the energy high in the dugout. Chance Green staring right into camera at all of you at home. Elijah Bobo. Luis De Los Santos is right next to him. There's Aiden Torpy as well, staring into the camera. Well, Brant Phillips, will introduce you to him. 8 innings pitched for Phillips this season. 1 game started as well. 14 2/3 innings pitched, a 2-2 record for him. An ERA sits at 11.67, 2.86 whip. Over his last 3 outings, he has given up 5 earned runs, 2 earned runs, and 4 earned runs in 4 1/3 innings pitched. It's 8-9-1 in the Sasquatch lineup. Matthew Gonzalez who leads off. Gonzalez takes a first pitch strike, the count 0-1. J.J. Neal did hit his part out of the bullpen. If the Sasquatch walk it off, Neal would get the win. Gonzalez, Wallette, and Lane Syme against Brant Phillips, who misses high, 1-1. You can talk about how crazy this has been with the runs scored, but also the defense and the hitting as well. The Sasquatch, 9 runs on 4 hits and 5 errors. Fremont, 9 runs, 14 hits, and 2 errors. We've seen craziness in the field. Javier Marcial, a ridiculous catch in right center. We've seen players going down with injuries. We saw the Fremont starter today, Hayden Kelberlau, go 5 1/3 on 115 pitches. Only allowed a hit to the last batter he faced. 2-1 to Gonzalez is high, and the count moves to 3 balls and a strike. If he reaches, that's the go-ahead run on the base paths. Gonzalez has decent speed as well. We've got the 9th spot in the lineup. Micah Wallette, the left fielder, due up next. The 3-1 finds the zone, and the count is full. Looking ahead as well, after those scheduled 3, if the Sasquatch can get guys on base, and with 2 outs, you look at who's after Syme. You've got Ben Green, and then you've got Chase Scott, due up 5th in the inning. Outside, ball 4. Gonzalez walks, and the Sasquatch have the winning run on the base paths in the form of Matthew Gonzalez. He passes the baton to Micah Wallette, who out of the 9th spot in the lineup today is 0 for 4. Wallette, despite a slow start to the season at the plate, has been swinging it a lot better over his last few games. Only .253 on the year, but over his last 13, he's batting .304. He's driven in 16 runs in that 13-game span. Looking to get on base here as he cuts through the fastball, and the count moves to 0-1. Clearly no bunch from Wallette as he unloaded on that pitch, came up empty. No balls and a strike. Gonzalez a small lead at first. And Brant Phillips' pitch is outside, evens up the count and a ball and a strike. While Wallette, despite the batting average that was low for a good part of the season, he always has worked long at bats. He's shown a great eye at the plate, good discipline. He's hit the ball hard, and a lot of his at-bats this year, it was just a matter of time before those hard-hit balls found outfield grass. Today, 2 flyouts and a ground out. He's hit the ball hard 3 out of 4 times. See if he can get another hard-hit ball and come up with a base hit out of it. The 2-1. He takes outside, 3 balls and a strike to Wallette. Phillips in danger of walking the first 2 in the inning and moving the go-ahead and winning run into scoring position. Lane Syme at the top of the lineup with a lot of power. He's waiting on deck as Wallette will step out here ahead of the 3-1. Gonzalez only about 4 steps off of first base. 3-1, swing and a miss, and a full count. De Los Santos started today for the Sasquatch. Jackson Peters worked 2, Romero 2, and J.J. Neal the final 2. The 8th and 9th. Kimberlau started for the Moo. Peterson an inning and 2/3. Dunham pitched the 8th, and now Brant Phillips on for the 9th. Full count, no outs, the pitch. Wallette punches it to first. Brandenburg tags Gonzalez. It's a double play. Unbelievable, the defense in the 9th inning. A line drive off the bat of Micah Wallette and Dylan Brandenburg, who came in as a pinch hitter for Parker Mooney and stayed in the game to play first base, comes up with an amazing double play, 3 unassisted. Gonzalez is out. The bases are empty with 2 outs in the 9th inning, thanks to a marvelous defensive play at first base by Dylan Brandenburg. It'll be up to Lane Syme, hoping for a 2-out rally in this bottom of the 9th inning. Syme swings and misses. No balls and a strike. You look ahead to the 10th inning for Fremont. Bridger Coleman, Dylan Brandenburg, and Miles Meadows are the 3 scheduled batters in the 10th. Swing and a miss, nothing and 2. Of course, you've also got the final batter. The man who made the last out of the 9th inning would be on base, so it would be Carter Sintek, who would begin at second base. Nothing and 2 to Syme. Swing and a miss. He strikes out, and the Sasquatch do not score in the 9th inning. We've got extra baseball. Why not? In a game that's had everything. Why not go to a 10th inning, tied at 9 with the season on the line for the Sasquatch. We are headed to the 10th in a 9-9 ball game.
Health, orthopedics, and sports medicine is everywhere you need us to be. On the sidelines to support our local athletes, at our clinic locations throughout the region, and at our Ortho Express walk-in clinic when you don't have time to make an appointment. We're here when you need us, working as a team to make your comeback stronger than ever. Getting stronger, getting better, getting you back to your best self. Monument Health, Orthopedics, and Sports Medicine, here for whatever moves you.
The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
49, the second to last game of the regular season, as Bridger Coleman takes strike 1. Runner on second base, the ghost runner, so to speak, is Carter Sintek. He will begin at second. J.J. Neal is back out there for a 3rd inning. It's Coleman, Brandenburg, and Meadows against Neal in the 10th. 0-1. Fouled away, nothing and 2. Well, of course, with the runner on second base, you think about maybe a bunt to move him to 3rd with nobody out. Obviously, that not the play for the Moo, as Coleman has swung at both of the first 2 pitches. Ideally, the Sasquatch can put up a 0 in the top of the 10th. Maybe they think about bunting. In the bottom of the 10th inning, the Sasquatch will have Green, Chase Scott, and Ryan Bachman, the scheduled 3. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Coleman strikes out. And there is out number 1 in the 10th. A big strikeout for J.J. Neal. That keeps the runner on second base with 1 out. 600 fans here at the ballpark, and all of them into it, trying to cheer on the Sasquatch to a win to keep their playoff hopes alive tomorrow. Blooped to second. Gonzalez makes the catch. He'll throw back to second, not in time. Brandenburg pops out, and there's 2 away, and still no advancement from the ghost runner, Carter Sintek. It'll be up to Miles Meadows to get an opportunity here to try to put the Moo in front. Realistically, with a runner on second and nobody out, as a pitcher and as a defense, you're trying to just give up no more than 1. Right now, none. Meadows takes ball 1. A strikeout to Coleman, a pop out to Brandenburg, and J.J. Neal is 1 out away from stranding the leadoff ghost runner at second base. The 1-0 to Miles Meadows. Swing and a miss, swing and a miss, 1-1. Neal came into the ball game in the 8th. Scoreless 8th, the scoreless 9th. He's given up 2 hits, and that's all that Fremont's been able to generate against him. The 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. J.J. Neal on the mound, trying to finish off 3 scoreless and put up a 0 in the 10th. Miles Meadows, the man who stands in his way in this top of the 10th inning on a 1-2 pitch with 2 outs. Neal comes home. In the air, right side and foul, and the count remains at 1-2. Meadows has 4 hits today. He's 4 for 5, 3 singles and a double. The only time he was retired was a ground out to third that came in the 6th inning. Meadows has been swinging a hot bat lately, trying to keep it going on a 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's how hot of a bat Meadows has been. 4 for 5 today. He's now 13 for his last 22 over his last 6 games. Count at 2-2. Sintek at second base in the top of the 10th inning. 1 strike away, J.J. Neal. Here's the pitch, and it's outside a full count. Isaac Bonner is waiting on deck if Meadows can reach. Full count to Miles Meadows. Pretty big lead at second base for Sintek. Pitch is hit in the air to right field. Marcial sizing it up. He's underneath it, and he makes the catch. J.J. Neal retires all 3. Coleman, Brandenburg, Meadows. The Sasquatch are fired up, heading into their dugout. They need 1 run to walk it off in the bottom of the 10th inning to keep their playoff hopes alive. Don't go anywhere. We'll see if the Sasquatch can get it done in the bottom of the 10th when you come back.
So surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
to begin the bottom half of the 10th inning. It's an intentional walk to Ben Green, Lane Syme at second base. Here comes Chase Scott in the bottom of the 10th inning in a tie ball game at 9 apiece. Kyle Finn started this game at first base, was hit in the face and had to be taken out of the game. Jordan Bowman came in, injured his leg, and had to be taken out of the game as well. That leaves Chase Scott at first base, and he takes strike one. Chase Scott, the head coach of Sasquatch manager Justice Scott, getting his first at-bat, joined the team just a few weeks ago. Trying to win it for the Sasquatch and keep their playoff hopes alive tomorrow night. The 0-1 pitch is on the corner, and the count is 0-2. Symes at second, Green's at first. Realistically, the run at first base, Ben Green, that means absolutely nothing. Lane Syme is all that matters, representing run number 10 and the win for the Sasquatch if he can score. Scott takes high, and the count moves to 1-2. Ryan Bachman is on deck with Javier Marcial in the hole. Sasquatch should like their chances with who they've got coming up. See if Scott can just advance the runners or maybe punch one through the right side with 2 strikes. Still Brandt out there for the Moo, and Scott will call time. Brant Phillips took over from Tyler Dunham, worked the 9th inning, gave up the leadoff man, a walk to Gonzalez, but a double play on a hard hit ball off the bat of Micah Wallett resulted in a 0 in the half inning. Chase Scott at the dish with 2 on, nobody out after a 0 by J.J. Neal in the top of the 10th inning, giving the Sasquatch a chance to walk it off in front of this Sasquatch faithful crowd. In the air, right fields. Going over towards the line is Blount. Going back to second is Syme. He will not test the arm, and the throw comes into the infield, a strong one from Josh Blount. And that'll hold Syme at second base. They can't move the runner. And first and second with 1 man out. And here comes Ryan Bachman. Ryan Bachman in what will be year number 4 and the final year for Bachman here in Spearfish. He came to this team for the first time 4 years ago. Didn't even know if he was going to be a starter or even play at all for the Sasquatch. He was just trying to prove himself, get an opportunity, and here we are 4 years later. He's the Sasquatch's leader in many offensive categories, putting together his best season in a Sasquatch jersey. He takes strike one. Game played number 41 on the year for Bachman. Led off for a majority of the summer. Leads the team in plate appearances and at-bats. Batting .377 coming into today with 1 swing of the bat. Can win it for the Sasquatch. Foul away. Late on the fastball, and the count moves to 0-2. The Sasquatch missed the playoffs last year. Ryan Bachman, in 4 years with the team, has not won an ILB championship. Neither have the Sasquatch. They're looking for their first in 2024. And Ryan Bachman would love to have tomorrow not be his last game of the year. They've got to win today to give him a chance tomorrow night. 0-2. He takes high, and the count moves to 1-2. The Rapid City native, Mount Marty University out in California, spends his summers right here, right where he grew up in South Dakota. A ball and 2 strikes, and he takes high again, 2-2. Intentionally walked Ben Green to begin the half inning. Chase Scott flew out to right field. With 1 out and 2 on, the go-ahead run at second base in the form of Lane Syme. 2-2. High, ball 3 and a full count. The right fielder Javier Marcial is waiting on deck. Brant Phillips in danger of putting the winning run 90 feet away. A full count with 1 out. Ryan Bachman digs back in from the right side of the plate. Brant Phillips comes home on 3-2, and it hits him. Bachman hit by a pitch. He'll fire the bat towards the dugout, and the Sasquatch have the bases loaded with 1 man out. And here comes Javier Marcial with a chance to win it. Well, we all know the story for what Marcial's been through this year. 0 for 19 to start it off in the month of May, did not have a hit. He turned it on in June. He batted over 300 in the month of June, and he's been batting over 300 since then. Trying to come through and win it for the Sasquatch here in the bottom of the 10th inning. First pitch, he swings and misses. It goes back to the screen. Syme won't try to come home. He'll stop at third, and the base is still loaded, and the count 0-1. Marcial had a big moment earlier this year out in Fremont. He had a big pinch hit 2-run home run back on June 6th to tie the ball game in the 9th inning against the Moo. Already came through today with a triple in the 8th inning to clear the bases and give the Sasquatch the lead. He fouls this pitch off. And then in the 9th inning, on a ball to right center field, a miraculous catch in the gap, robbing Josh Blount of what would have been extra bases. He hauled it in, helped J.J. Neal put up a 0 in the frame, and trying to have another memorable moment with the Sasquatch in 2024. The bases loaded and 1 out. 0-2 the count to Marcial. Phillips comes home, and it's chopped foul. Marcial will stay alive. The crowd the best they've been all year long. They know the stakes. They're trying to cheer on the Sasquatch to a win. And with fireworks coming up after this ball game's over, hopefully fireworks on the baseball field first with a Sasquatch win. Phillips against Marcial with the game on the line. 0-2 the count. Fans hold their breath, and the pitch is fouled away. We'll do it again. Marcial battling, has seen nothing but strikes in the at-bat. Fell behind 0-2, fouled off 3 straight pitches in the at-bat. The crowd is into it up until when Phillips gets set, and then you can hear the silence at the ballpark. 0-2. Phillips against Marcial. Popped up right side. Brandenburg is headed towards the Sasquatch dugout, and it's going to get out of play. Another foul ball, and Marcial will continue to battle. The Sasquatch and the Moo fighting for a spot in the championship. Game 49 out of 50 on the summer for Spearfish. Javier Marcial. And we'll get a timeout as we brush off home plate. Make sure everything's pristine condition ahead of the biggest pitch of the summer for both of these two teams. The Moo with a win can clinch. The Sasquatch need to win to give them a chance tomorrow night. Those are the stakes. 0-2 is the count with 1 out and Lane Syme the winning run at third base. Brant Phillips comes home. Marcial checks his swing on a pitch down low, and the count is 1-2. Bases loaded, but the only run that matters is the one standing at third. 1-2 the count to Marcial. Phillips comes home. Fouled straight back. What a battle it's been for Javier Marcial. He's seen almost exclusively pitches in the strike zone in this at-bat. And anytime he gets one in the zone, he's fouling it off. The Moo with the infield back. The outfield's straight away against Marcial. Phillips on 1-2 against Javier Marcial. The pitch spoiled another. This will be pitch number 9 in the at-bat against Marcial on a 1-2 count with the game on the line, the season on the line. Phillips, it's into left field, it's a base hit. Here comes Syme, he's gonna score, the Sasquatch win it. Javier Marcial has done it. The Sasquatch walk it off. He's mobbed at second base, and the Sasquatch will live to fight another day. Tomorrow night, they'll have a chance to continue their season as Javier Marcial, the biggest hit of the summer for him and the Sasquatch, wins it in 10 innings, 10-9, the final score here at Black Hills Energy Stadium in a ridiculous classic ball game between the Sasquatch and the Moo. back and forth the whole way. Nail biting in the 9th inning and 10th inning. And finally, it's Javier Marcial with the biggest hit of the year for the Spearfish Sasquatch. And Javier Marcial has put the Sasquatch in position to get a chance tomorrow night at making the playoffs. What a game. The Sasquatch win it 10-9. We're going to have Javier Marcial join us on the post-game show, which is coming up after this game is over. We've got fireworks, but hopefully we can get Marcial up in time. The GP Local post-game show is coming up right after this. We're going to take a quick break. Hopefully Marcial will run up here and we can talk to him before the fireworks begins. He provided the fireworks on the field with the walk-off hit. Sasquatch win it 10-9 the final. GP Local post-game show is coming up in a few.
Be fucking real, man. Come on.
Game show. I'm joined alongside the hero of today's game, Javier Marcial. First, let's talk about the catch in right center field. In the top of the 9th inning, you get that ball off the bat. What's the read? I saw you falling down before you make that catch. How do you get the job done?
Yeah, I was just making sure I ran as hard as I could into that gap. Usually Benny's pretty fast, so I was just making sure that we were communicating. And once I turned, I knew that I had to make the play. I had kind of tripped, but I hung with it, so. Yeah.
Hung with it, made the catch, and now we'll talk about the bottom of the 10th inning. Obviously, you battling, bases loaded, 1 out at the plate. First, let's talk about the approach. You're fouling pitches off every pitch, staying alive till you got a pitch that you could hit. What was the approach when you were in the on-deck circle watching Bachman hit?
Yeah, well, every time I watch Bachman hit, he always puts up a really good at-bat, so I try to follow it up, do the same thing, just go up there and compete as much as I can to help my team win the game.
And you got the walk-off hit, the environment here. I mean, you could hear the silence, I said on the broadcast. Every pitch, they were cheering you on, ready to have you get that hit, and then it was dead silent, fouling pitches off, keeping the battle going. How great of an environment is that when you're at the plate and the fans are into it like they were?
No, yeah, I love that. I love it. And I can hear the silence at the plate, too. It kind of helps me focus. And I always just imagine like getting that big hit and hearing the crowd roar and get loud again after the silence. I think it's super cool. So yeah.
Well, you don't have to imagine anymore because you lived it. Got a Gatorade bath on the field. How'd that feel?
That felt great. That felt great. It was really refreshing. It's hot out here, so it felt really good.
Well, you guys get the job done today, and obviously you're still thinking about the playoffs. You got to win tomorrow and get hope from the prospects. What has the mindset been of this team over these past couple of games, knowing that the playoffs are there in the future and just trying to get the job done?
Yeah, we've just been competing every single day, and we come to the field. We have great energy all throughout the game, and just hopefully we could take this momentum from today into tomorrow and go win a ball game.
Well, Javi, congratulations on the win. Congratulations on the walk-off hit and getting the job done against the Fremont Moo. We'll see if you guys can close it out tomorrow night.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Javier Marcial. Well, that'll do it for us here on the broadcast. A fantastic win, top to bottom, for the Spearfish Sasquatch, one of the games of the year, if not the game of the year, in the ILB here in 2024. The Sasquatch and the Moo, the final score, 10-9 in 10 innings. Fireworks for all the fans here at the ballpark who can now celebrate a win as well. And we'll say goodbye here from Black Hills Energy Stadium. For all of us here, for Eric Schmidt, our owner, for Stephen Hogenkamp, our video production intern, I'm Ari Wall saying so long, and we'll see you tomorrow night for the final game of the regular season.